Happy Monday, everybody. Hope you're all having a great fucking Monday. I'm kind of eepy because I just got back from the pool. I went swimming. I pretended to be a fish. And I was so whamming. Let me take my meds before. Alright, show my face. Actually, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. I wonder, is my face tracking so inverted? I think it is. Let me fix it. As I fucked with it. We have new TTS pet. I should probably put that in the new TTS mascot. I hope work is going good for you, Vexed. I hope you're having a wonderful time. 30. 30. There you go. There we go. Oh, I like the beat of this. Oh, BLT, come back. There you go. Oh. Did I set you up wrong? Fuck. I set him up wrong. I gotta fix that really quick. It is BTS Pog. This one. Ba. There we go. And the load select. Okay. Save. No. Okay, and then I reload myself. There we go. Now if we test him.
Pog online poggers.
Perfect. Alright. Oh, my nose is just Okay. Time to take my meds and then we can get into it for today. I don't really know what I want to. I do know that I would like to make a new series. I think I'm gonna be retiring art tips and doing a series called Did You Know, where I just once a week talk about some fascinating fact that I find out about that day. Because I think that was fun. I love transfer music. Is that what this is called? Oh, it's got Rice Deity in it. I like this a lot. Transfem. Oh. And now it's got Rice Deity in it. I like it. I'm gonna change my hair because I wanna. Gimme. Yippee! Alright, let's see who's streaming today. Gordy. Happy Monday, my dude. Excited for Wednesday. Oh, that's cool. I like these like 3D things that Gordy has. Is busy streaming? Is busy streaming it? No. Cuddle Cryptid is. Back rooms. Wow, I can watch Maincoow and Gordy at the same time. Yeah, especially if I put them on my does that anyway. Especially if I put that on the tablet, which I will. Excuse me. I like his icon has changed. Okay, so I wanted originally VLT to be looking left by default. But I forgot to change that in the settings, I think. So I'll have to do that later. That's okay. I want to have BLT hold as chicken. Then you guys stream started, so I ended up having both streams and separate times. I just flipped you. Yeah, that means so much, Zoe. Thank you. No, that means a lot. Yeah, no, we do stream at the same time. I know a lot of streamers that start stream at 2. BZ is one of them. My art rig. I don't know if they're streaming today. Let me check on Blue Sky. So I could just, I have a quick link. Hey, I'll know she's gonna get a good focus on. Okay. Both my friends are important to me. You're important to me. You're important to me. Alright, I need to update these. My hands are cold. That's what happens when I get physical before stream. My hands are cold. Insert image, incel, this one. Thank you for the cheek pad, Zoe. I should have Wednesday, I think. Wednesday, ooh, perfect timing. Wednesday would have been the 28th, yeah, so we're good. I'm get the 29th. Woo! And then today I have to post a thing. I have to remind myself to, on the weekends, I have to be on, like, making sure that I'm posting at the correct times. Because I kind of cucked a video. I cucked my Vibe and Shine video from last week because of it, so. I'll fix that. We'll have to fix that. Alright, let me just, there you go. Actually, I look a lot in this corner. This corner is actually me looking forward. Okay. I think I have to calibrate my iPhone. It feels a bit off. Click the thing. There we go. Yeah, that's a lot better. Cool. I just put sub, didn't I? Yep. Oops. Sub. Oh, I didn't realize I could just click. Oh, I didn't realize I could just click today. And I would just do that. Okay. Oh God, my body is cold. Okay. Oh, I should do this too. I get so week of June 2nd. And then next is V highlight, which is 36. Which I'm doing. Oh, what was her name? I actually asked her last week. The fuck? Did I never react to that? I never did. milkgg. They also have a customizable model. I don't want to talk about it. Oh, okay. The brightness wasn't correct. Then we'll do plib. I was gonna do plib today. I should DM plib. Hey plib, do you mind if I did a TikTok? You just showing off how cool you are. Hi Noble, how are you doing today? The next V stars is 12. Using plib. And then I think we're gonna do episode 1 of Did You Know? Which will be about buttholes. Sphincter shapes. I'm good making a clip that makes me laugh, so it's a good evening. I'm glad. I don't know how to spell sphincter. How do you spell sphincter? 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 Okay. Boogie with a suitcase. In a disco. Forget about the rat race. I wish I knew the dance to this. There's I'll show you guys the dance. Pop music. It's music. It's this dance. Hold on. I'm gonna play for you guys. I like this dance. I've been obsessed with that. And I've also been obsessed with what's the other one? This girl, she does this dance. Dance floor. I ain't got no panties on. Got no panties on. I ain't got no panties on the dance floor. I ain't got no panties on. Got no panties on. I ain't got no panties on the dance floor. She literally does, like, she pops up on my For You page all the time. Like, do they have her at? They don't have her at. That's so upsetting. I ain't got no panties on. I got no panties on. I ain't got no panties on the dance floor. That one, I think there's one. Oh, the gnarly dance. The gnarly dance also. Are dancing TikToks popular? Very, very popular. Like the gnarly. Hold on, sorry. The gnarly one as well. There's. Who do I like that does it? Her name is like Ferdinand or something. Fernanda. She does it with like her male friend. On the shit. On the shit. I'll be on the shit. No problem, Noble will be here. It's like, goddamn, bro. I wish I was into it as much as they were. I feel like if I had more confidence, I too would do dance trends. Because they're just so fun. I like them a lot. Alright. Pop music. Talk about pop music. Did you know? Talk about pop music. Talk about. Hi, Pixels. Are you done with your meeting? Yeah, this is gonna be. Did you know? Did it go well? Yay! Wait, Jay responded to my sculpt update? Okay, have fun. Have fun. I mean, he's not wrong. He's not wrong. Pop music. Talk about. Pop music. Talk about. Pop music. Talk about. Pop music. What game? Oh, we were gonna do Bugtopia. Bugtopia. That's right. Hey, Bugtopia. All right. Who do I want to start with? Vibe and Shine? I always start with Vibe and Shine, I'm pretty sure. Alright, today, who will we talk about? Butthole Sphincter, Halo 3 mentioned. I had the revelation. I was like high, and it was like 2 in the morning or whatever, and then I had this like brain blast, and realizing that every animal in existence that poops has a little butthole. That has this. We all have the same butthole at the end of the day, you know? All our buttholes, if you stripped us down to just our buttholes, we would have the same butthole. And so I was going to talk about that as a TikTok video. To the max. We talked about that. I want to talk about this cat. The meeting was good. I already had a question that we needed to answer, but I gave him a good idea right away, so it was fastest meeting. Oh, that's good. This one, and then we'll talk about. We did a kid. No, we could do this one, yeah. My butthole is built different. No. Maybe your butthole on the inside is different, but I'm pretty sure you got a little brown star in the back too, you know? Everybody got that little star in the back. Unless you just have a gaping asshole, I guess. I think I want to do this one first. Which is originally from this, I think. Yeah, it's from this. Yeah, this was super cute. I can touch this. Oh, smile. Just smile. Take it to the max. Need 3. Oh, kid's gotta go second. The kid's gotta go second. Hold on. I just gotta download the video. There we go. I was like, what am I doing? To the max. Like, or just burn the fuck out of some bread. Ooh, is it like burnt black and crispy? Is it burnt black and crispy? I had such a big breakfast too today. Cause I'm so tired. Like tired but not tired. And then I want this one. Yep, it's black as shit. Damn. You should post it on like Reddit or something and just be like, I think my coworker burnt the bread. Just like pretend like you don't think it's really burnt. It's like, I think this is still edible. It'd be pretty funny. I think the Reddit would like that. The Reddit, like we have a Reddit, the Reddit, just Reddit. I just think Reddit in general would enjoy it. That, or you'd make a lot of people upset. Oh my god, there's a Reddit for chefs that's fucking awesome. Yeah, I bet that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. What am I knocking on? What the fuck? I was like shaking my leg and it was making a noise. Now it's gone. I don't know. Empires take and lift me higher. I need to grab like screenshots from all these though. Finally breathe. Oh, I have to. Oh fuck! I can't do this one because I just wanted. Okay, never mind. I'll do this cat video then. The little kitty looking wild. Javi, thank you for the check-in. How you doing today? Oh, whoa. My only poster is when our dishy put a spatula in the oven and it melted. That's crazy. What the fuck? Why would they do that? Why did they do that? I'm suffering from 2 separate problems. What's going on, Pokey? What's going on? Congestion, I'm sick in math. Aren't you like graduating soon? Aren't you like graduating soon? I'm sorry, you're more specifically yeah, fuck calculus. Calculus sucked. I hated calculus. Shit like that happens all the time. That's crazy, bro. How? Still gotta do better. I believe in you. It's almost over. I once spilled a gallon on, but oh my god, sounds so greasy. It's prep for calc finals when I'm 100% prepared to fail. I believe in you. You're a smart cookie. You're a very smart cookie. I believe in you. I'm a star. I'm a star. I'm a star. Finding wherever you are. I'm cheating. Don't cheat. Cheating isn't good for you. Did this one work? I think this one. I copied it from here. It works. Yeah, it does. This is like the last video I did. Wait, which one is which one? It's the art carp, so it's this one first. That's crazy. You have no clue how hard this is? What do you mean? I went to school. I finished calc. I gotta get 100. Listen. You do what you gotta do. Just don't tell me what you're gonna do, okay? Can that be our agreement? Is that you're not allowed to tell me if I'm wrong at the toxic point? That's what that. Yeah, sweetie. That is how the tests work. That is how those work. But you know what? You do what you gotta do, and I believe in you wholeheartedly. I believe in you 100%. But whatever you decide to do, that's cool. 100 plus the questions I did wrong. It's okay. It's almost over. As long as you graduate, that's all that matters, you know? I love Google Lens. I have never tried. I mean, no, I have. I just don't use it all that. I just tend to look up stuff that I don't know what it is. My overaction is even with Google Lens. That's not bad. Where'd it go? Do it like this instead. The American dream. I mean, is that it's okay as long as I don't cheat on it. And if I fail, then whatever I'll pass. Yep, that's a good mentality. I'm proud of you, V. That's a really good mentality. You got this. I believe in you. But you no longer give a fuck. Look at your bed. Let's see, June 2nd to June 8th. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Oh, my brain just remembered that I'll have to record these on stream, so I can do them right away. 2 years at the back and forth. It came up show. Happy Pride Month, by the way, everybody. Happy Pride Month. This is an LGBTQ plus safe space, and I hope you guys have a wonderful month. Celebrate yourselves. I spent over an hour on this, and my score is 57 out of... Actually, an hour and a half. Hey, that's not bad. I mean, you could have spent longer. Fumble the bag of what you covered now. I'm not coming back. No, I'm not coming back. No, I'm not coming back. Save. Export. This one. This one. 23. Save. Whoa, so badly. Imagine doing this manually. It sucks. It sucks, but if you're good at it, you're good at it. Yep. Unless you know the shorthands in math, gonna take a while. Happy Pride Month to all. I should have added last. I'm not coming back. I'm not coming back. No, I'm not coming back. Instead of VIP. Begging, please. Fucking tired, bro. Give me some of this hydration water. Yum. Alright. Alright, so showing off this week is this TikTok user that crafted this beautiful piece of from wood. You even have magnetized kitty parts. It's super duper adorable. Look at that. Can hold this baby can hold so many dice. One for all my dice. Cute. Alright. Also, I realized I accidentally changed the crayon. Oh. Nope. Was it control one? Oh, okay. It's shift. Okay. Okay, and then showing off this week is this TikTok user that crafted this beautiful piece of art from wood. They even have magnetized kitty parts, which I find super duper adorable. And look at that, this baby can hold so many dice. I want one for all my dice hoards. My face tracking really doesn't want to stay in the same place. All right. Brain thinky. It does that. For all my dice hoards. We also have a video this week of, let's have a video of this adorable kid using their entire brain for this amazing soccer trick shot. Like, holy cow. If I could connect the dots that well when I was that young, I think I'd be a genius. Yes, at this point. Also, we have a video of this adorable kid using their entire brain for this amazing soccer trick shot. Like, holy cow, if I could connect the dots that well when I was young, I think I'd be a genius at this point. I like this. I don't know what this song is, but it's like, it makes my brain good. I feel like a little Nintendo character. Do you remember to feed me? I'm getting a potential spam phone call. That's crazy, bro. From Ohio. Ohio. I can't. And then the last video, finally, we on our last stop, we are at hydration station. As this little kitty cat drinks water in the funnest of ways. I know, because I tried it and it's super fun. It squirts. I tried it and it's awesome. So be sure to stay hydrated as we roll into summer times. Nice. Alright, Vibe China's done. Oh, I don't have my Pure Ref open. That's like the one thing I'm missing. To do board. Bloop, 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 bloop. Just gonna uncheck all of these. I also have to prepare the post for today. Oh no, it's in TikToks. It's number 4, right? I think so. It's like 20. I don't know how I feel about that one. Need this one, but make it like super quiet. Oh, I have to pause the music because I can't tell. Let's see, let's try this one. That's not terrible. Okay, that's not bad. What happened to your love? This one, VTuber clips, Twitch. Milk, Minecraft. Oops. Another highlight of club clippings. Powerful. Some funny. It's from stream. Oh, I think I forgot something. It's okay. That's fine. I like it when I did this. It wasn't terrible when I did this. Okay. Because I had to render it again. I forgot. Because I don't have music with it. Three, four, five. Yeah. I'm gonna change this to did you know? I'm just gonna do it like that because I don't want to have to edit the sizes of these. So I'm lazy. Oh no, we're missing one thing, and that is number 5. I know not gonna baby. There's confidence, baby. Our tips. All for fun. V-stars. And then I gotta go into club clippings number 4. And then I gotta go. I think she knows. She's making me nervous, making me nervous. Audio. We're just gonna use the typical one we use, which is this one. Add a render queue, replace, render 1. Should have said that. I know now it's out of their confidence, baby. Need the store. Boop boop. Nonsense. Making me nervous. Minecraft memes. Oh, that's not true. I just be clicking things without even thinking about it. Fuck. Hashtag boop boop. Boop. And then boop. And then next. Just post it now. How rude. Kinda like it anyway. In a million days, will you come around? Company. You know what it's gonna feel like. Nothing else will feel right. You feel like. Oh, it's a download. Magical, oh baby. Monday, the 26th. There you go. And then you can go into May. Let's go to stream. I'm gonna give you the world. Taste me. But mind it if you gave me just a little bit of something I keep working with. All you do is hears me out. If I get anywhere. Every day. Twitch. Baby, ask me. It's gonna feel like. And feel my eyes getting heavier and heavier, which is beans. It feels so mystical. No, not made for kids. This one, no. And then this guy. Go here. I think. Public. Close, and that will upload, and now we can check this off our list. Bow bow dee down down, bow bow dee down, bow bow dee down down. Alrighty. Nothing sad, no one think about it. Alrighty, so this one, get a label. To come and grab you. Upload video editing. This one. Nice. Alrighty, let's do. I guess we could do the VTuber ones now. Do they have art of the VTuber I can borrow? I think like this one, right? Because this is more finished. Do they have a full thing of it? I don't know if they do. Broke my neck. Okay. I finally hit 100. Good job. I'm proud of you. Did we hit 100 questions? Is that what we're doing? Or is this 100 something else? Either way, I'm proud. Don't let that take away from the proudness that I am. Proud that I am. Because I am the proud. Excuse me. 100 questions. Good job. Good job. I did a whole lot of nothing. That's okay. It's okay. You got it done, and that's the important thing. Now go do something fun. Go do something fun. In the city I wander. 36 underscore MAGB. Can't? What do you mean can't? We'll take a break. Take a break and go get a snack or something if you're hungry, or make yourself a little drinky poo. Like some lemonade or something. You could take a break. You don't have to do it forever. You could just take a little break. Just take a little baby break. Little baby break. Doesn't have to be forever. Just a little baby one. Let's gotta go over here. Can I switch around because I'm editing? Okay, and then we're gonna go to the one thing tree. I've taken long enough break. By age that I streamed for 6 hours. That's valid, but that's valid, I guess. Oh, I didn't realize. I didn't realize this. That's valid. You could get a snack though. Snacks don't hurt nobody. Do they have new question? YouTube. This would work better, actually. Yeah, they do. I saw it. It's a time where both of us are young. Happy love day. When are Asian mother? The point is you have to be happy, V. The point is your happiness. At the swap shop. Daylight, little baby. I'm so in love with you. Ooh, do they have shorts? Little baby. It's okay, Pookie. Don't worry about it. Little baby. What's more important is your happiness, not your mama's. Oh, samesies. My family's also like that. My mom's also like, or my mom and my grandmother are like that. If the cat is just a doll, then I would too, like, just much of my services? Well, she can suck it. Smile. 60. Skying be like a plush. Just do like it's really not that many physics, so like 70 in total. 64 base model. Free expressions. 10 for plush. If I make it like a TTS pet, make 80 total. 64 base, 24 TTS. I wanna rock right now. Alright, I go back to May stuff. Oh, doesn't wanna dance in the light. I wanna rock your body. Come on, rock that body, rock that body, rock that body. So this is their new one. Is that like is this a new one? Thank you for the song request. With no appetite. Brought it out of sight. Get a little crazy, get a little stupid, get a little crazy, crazy, crazy. I dance, I wanna dance in the night. I wanna rock your body. Music can rock your body. Alright, I gotta look up a little bit more. Kind of more about them. Follow. Hi, I'm May. The artist. Okay. Okay. Most adorable and ever. Thank you for the song request. Comfy freelance artist. Make all your art dreams come true. I'm out of points. What? What? It's okay. You'll get them back quickly. I don't think they take that long to regenerate. Why is my face tracking still so dumb? Alrighty, alright. Okay, yeah. This adorable and ever comfy freelance artist is here to make all of your art dreams come true. They've taken it looks like a bit of a break from streaming, it seems like. Like, does it say the last time they streamed? Last stream 6 days ago. Wait, what? Did they not keep all their past broadcasts? They don't. Frick. Damn, Mondays are easy as hell. I'm glad that they are. What were they last streaming then? So it doesn't say. Interesting. This adorable yeah ever coming freelancer is here to make all of your art dreams come true. From VTuber models. From full VTuber models. Moving PNG tubers and lively illustrations. May's got you covered, okay. Moving PNG tubers and even lively illustrations. Let me just make sure that they're called May. May, yeah, okay. May's got bountiful talent for it all. I have to do another line. So much so that they even have a customizable model out now. Oh yeah, they have many. They have not only okay, yeah. I would actually move this. So much so that they even have a customizable. They have multiple customizable models out now. That's right. Whether your soul is kindred to a what did they call it? Silly goober. Silly goober femme presenting or even male presenting. They've got all the boxes checked. Yeah. Okay. I can. Oh, it's an HTML. I could maybe find it on May's stuff. Yeah. It'll just take a little bit of scrolling, which isn't a problem. Oh my my god, they have so much stuff. I want one of these. I want one of these, to be honest. But how many? This adorable and ever comfy freelance artist is here to make all your art dreams come true. From full VTuber model, PNG tubers, and even lively Australian May's got bountiful talent for it all. So much so that they even have multiple custom models out now. That's right, whether your soul is cringe. How much are they? Oh, they're very affordable, surprisingly. Have multiple affordable customizable models out now. So if you're looking for your next comfiest and coziest of artists and artists. So if you're looking for the next comfiest and coziest of artists in the VTuber community, be sure to check May out on their socials. Nice. Live 2D customizable model, male VTuber, talent, and PNG tuber. Okay, this one will be a little bit harder because I just don't have. I don't have as many video footage, you know. I wonder if they have a clip of themselves at all. Why I'm interested in this. What is this? Oh. Did I have that? Do I have that on? Is that off? I get harder than most. I don't listen to this at all. With that microphone. There you go. Right in the mouth. Acting kinda crazy. Shouldn't do this. Oh, she's so cute. Like her new design is really good too, but I like all them all. Thinking I would be a pet, but I wish you could be a. Time to see you, but I wish you were. Whoa, that's such a pretty piece of art. I'm not gonna like it because I'm scrolling kind of far back, but you know. No, I can read you, but I miss you. Come here. Well, I do. Poop. Alright, now I gotta scroll down and find version 1 and then the male version as well. Oh, it's hard to leave you when I get you everywhere. Oh, it's hard to think. Did I miss the male one? Come here. curious. Okay. Let me download these. Oh. What? Was I not following them? Web download. Start function. Beep 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 beep. I want to do other ones as well, but get to that. I'm not seeing the icon for the male one, so I'm wondering if they have. No. Is that what I want to do? Do I want to download that one? I want to download the one for... Yeah. Everybody sucks. Everybody dies. Thinking. Okay, let's do pornography. Checks inside of me. Is it on Ko-fi? Pornography. Checks inside of me. Where is it? This one. Save. Wait, that one had like more? That one had 5. That one has 6. Okay, never mind. And then do they have a video that goes with them? Promotional video? Oh, I realized you guys can hear my browser. Sorry. Okay, so let's download this one. And then let's go to their newest one. Just this one. This one should also have a promotional video. Dokie. Close. Close. I have so many things open. You're enough, you're enough, enough. This is my thing. Do this one. 1 tomorrow hour. Is this one is good? Start function. Go. This one is super cute. Save. You go and get attached to. Start function. Alright, I think that's good. Alright, let me look. It's adorable and ever comfy freelance artist here to make all your dreams come true. And that's where I would do this video. No, probably this video and then this video, these two. From full VTuber models. Okay, and then I kind of want to do like a video recording of this. Start. Let me stop that. We can close this. I love to get high my lows, suck around and lose control. Go refresh. Okay, so you know I love to get high my lows. Every time I talk, I choke. Okay, and then from full VTuber models, and then to slip away. I don't know, should I just go home? This one, the art isn't by them though, correct? Yeah, small art's by someone else. But, oh, wrong one. How do I keep clicking the wrong video on this one? The art and rig, okay. The full VTuber model, moving PNG tubers, and even liveliest moving PNG tubers we have, and lively illustrations. I mean, he's got bountiful talent for it all. So much so that you even have multiple floral customizable models out now. And then I do like a speed paint video in the background. Stand way too strong. Those three. That's right. Whether your soul is kindred to a silly goober, okay. So I would show off the fema model, the webcams, brick. Gotta go all night, yeah, you know I love to get high my lows. Just walk around and lose control. There we go. Got all the boxes checked. Okay, 1, 2, 3. So, multiple. So if you're looking for, and then I can do like maybe like this one, and then like do this one at the end. Yeah, I think I have enough. Okay. You're a lovely artist. Let me feeding their the VTuber community with their high quality customizable models. Let's give them okay. I think this is good. This is also good. That got posted, I think. Okay. Maybe live. And hop on over to the Twitch. Alright, that's good. Yeah, that's all good. Okay. Ooh, that would have been the 30th. Did I download that one? What? The key. Okay. Yeah, I don't think I did. Sun, won't you come? I'll wash away the rain, black hole sun. Won't you come? Won't you come? Let me see. 46 downloaded. Only that one. Yeah, okay. Wash away the rain, black hole sun. Won't you come? Won't you come? The labels 1, 2, 3. I forgot to switch your account, but I'm too lazy, so I appear though. Hi, Mew. How are you doing? How you doing, baby girl? Hi. But that's valid. Switching back and forth between accounts can be super annoying, unless like they have a built-in thing for it. That's why I don't like doing it. I'm on my VTuber TikTok here, and then on my phone I have my EP. Or EP beans. Finger shapes. Okay, I'm gonna do that one last. We're gonna do Plib next. Plib, I'm coming for you, whether you like it or not. Oh, they were rigged by Misu. I didn't know that. I'm gonna grab food, so I'll be right back. No problem. Have some good food. Have some good food. Oh, we need a clip. We start with clips. That's right. This one. Top all. That one is more of a. What about this one? Oh yeah, I burned my hand. No, are you okay? How did you burn your hand? What is this one? Hmm. 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 I mean, with this one. I'm good. I just tapped on a sheet pan while cutting bread. It's like, okay, well, at least it's only first degree. Could be worse. That wouldn't be bad. Sorry, that keeps bugging me. What's this one? That wouldn't be bad. I want to get one of their live 2D model. That's crazy. Oh wait, no, that's one's of her Vroid model. This one, or else I'm gonna do like maybe this one. I just broke my ears. How'd you break your ears? Maybe we should do top 30 days. You know, do it that way. Ew, oh, that's so sad. Allowed so I opened the college decision letter for my college because I gotta print it and give it to the scholarship people, and the loud celebration music started playing. They're just proud, you know? They're proud for you. You should be proud. Let's do top 7 days. What's this one? Oh, that's cute. I'm back. Welcome back. She just punched him in the face. I don't know which one I want to do. Honestly. Finish shuffle ballad, finish my voice one, play music, second streamer, stop. What's this one? um I don't know what clip I want to use. Please stop unpausing. Mom made chicken Alfredo. That sounds so delicious. Ooh. Ooh. That sounds really good. I'll share with you. Yippee! I had cereal for breakfast and a peanut butter jelly. Thank you for that, Pat. What about this one? You like cereal, swimming in milk, or barely? Swimming. Swimming. That's crazy. I could do that one. I could. It would take more editing. I was kind of hoping to get one where they're talking more. Steel pipe. Let's see. What's this one? How about this one? This one. Um. Hmm. This one. Oh. What about this one? This is actually pretty good. Okay. Video editing. Few stars. That tuber's cute. I love the colors. I know. Their name is Plib. Their name is Plibbit. They are space frog. They are very cute. You should check them out. They are very cool. This will be the intro. Okay. But then I have to get actual like other clips, which is a lot easier because it doesn't. The audio content don't matters as much. Space Rock is who? Space Rock is cute. This one, this one, this one, this one. I'll grab this one. This. Ooh, where'd it go? Download, save, close, download landscape, save, close. Who else is cute? You're cute. You're adorable. I love you. Landscape, save. Download, save. What is this one? I think I got this one. Thank you for the head pats. Thank you for the head pats. Do this one. Alright, how many we got? How many we got for that one? Also, I realize I haven't been listening to the music. About 8. We could use a little bit more. If there's the case, we could use a little bit more. A little bit more clips. Clips. Top all. Actually, let's do this one. I'm dying. Thank you for the wellness check. I was just about to drink some water because I'm like choking on air. Alright, and then we'll do about. It hasn't even turned into a space frog, so congrats. Now that you're in from other crew, let's have some fun and take over the immersion. In space. This is a space where every frog can be with. Cool, okay. Hate when I choke. I know, it's like there's nothing there, but you're still choking. It's like, but why? If I must choke, let it be on something physical. Wink. Wink. Oh, I need Artoplib. I need R-O-Plib. Plebby. Plebinator. Need the plib. Even better if it's a certain something. I want a full picture of the plebby. Like summers, living for the good times, and the roses on the landmine. I totally mean water. Oh, this is nice, actually. The bayside, feel like water. Be pure, y'all need it. I don't need shit, brother. Exhale, the corners. Every time I say mine, so stick to me like caramel. Hug beside me, frog, green, space. I had to remember that I have Twitch clips at the beginning of these now. What did he say? Here's what my boyfriend has in a limelight. Kisses when I get for having 20/20 hindsight. Everybody wants mine. I need it, then you understand. What the fucky? What the helly? Oh, stick to me like caramel. Okay. What was our favorite? Froggy from space. Yep. The amazing Plibit has recruited us. That's not how you spell recruited. That's requited. How the fuck do you spell recruited? Recruited? How do you spell recruit? Recruit? There we go. That word. Recruited us to their space frog fleet. That was our favorite froggy in space. Yep, the amazing Blue has recruited us to their space frog fleet. As long as we don't, as long as we promise we don't hold a mutiny. As long as we don't hold a mutiny at any point. It is an out of this world streamer who streams a variety of content from fun retro games to ARPGs like Oblivion. Yeah, there's a variety streamer plays a ton of different from ANSI, True Sims games, and even to the new Oblivion remake. The rhythm, deep as this prison. Monday, Wednesdays, Fridays. They stream on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Let's see. Baby, I didn't. Design. The art was made by Misu Purple Neko, wasn't it? It kind of looks like that. Yeah, I think it is. Actually, now that I look at it. Yeah, this is a good song. I just want to make sure about the credits. Smart Frog, Silly Frog, Best Frog, or everywhere else. Model and rig. Yep. Okay. That was our yep. Streaming on Twitch Monday, Wednesdays, and Friday. Streaming on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays over on Twitch. Be sure to check out for hilarious moments together. Space Froggies looks model was created and rig by Misu Purple Neko. Oh, there you go. Just stuck in the clouds, the jealous that we found. Something so heavenly. Actually, it's fine. Stream on Monday, Wednesday, Friday over on Twitch. Be sure to check them out for some hilarious moments together. Angels. The clouds are jealous that we found something so out the ordinary. I can't type. Okay, so boop boop boop. Okay, so together. Here on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays over on Twitch. Be sure to check them out for some hilarious moments together. Mandatory, of course. As our space captain. Over on Twitch, be sure to check them out for. Got amazing vibes, and it's just really fun to watch. It's really. It's got amazing. What's another word for fun? Extremely entertaining and sweet and super welcoming. They stream. I guess I could do she, right? They have their pronouns? I don't think they do, so I will just put they in case. To the beach. Ha ha ha. And yeah, blast off as this weekly to highlight the ever exciting, entertaining, amazing live. Okie dokie. And I think nope, I have all the clips. I have the intro clip as well. Nice. A little bit, I don't know. When dread, I don't say it buffet. Alrighty. I love her. I love her. My allergies are killing me. No! What are you allergic to? Is it like pollen? Is it a pollen thing? Let's see. You go home, tell me why. You home tonight. Pollen. No! I'll eat it. I don't have a pollen allergy, so I'll suck it up for you. Let's go. Ooh, I'll just suck them up like a vacuum. I'll eat all the pollen, and I'll spit them out for the bees. For the bees! I might take a go out of bed, I don't know where to go. So I lay here instead with my symptoms of sorrow and dread. Don't set it with wayward again and again. I love my hero. I got you, Pookie. I got you, Pookie. 30 Bugtopia. We'll try this game today, I think, is my plan. It's my plan. I should a key mailer too, though. I want to request more keys. Gotta request some more keys. I do need to do this one eventually. Are there edible cozy games I could try? Son of a bitch. And again, I love her. I love. Oh, follow. Cozy, yeah. I like doing cozy games, but also down for other ones. Some spooky games. Let's do this one. This one looks interesting. Requested. What? Twitch 100%. I should always do Twitch 100% because they technically get free content if I do it other places. So, what is this demo? What is this one? Oh, that one's okay. You gotta really weed through the shit, I will say, though. Done fighting. I was declined parallel experiment? Damn. Damn. Little Kitty Big City is such a cute game. Ooh. Ooh. You have my ears. It perked. It perked. Do they have any recommended for me? Trending, coming soon, recently released. They don't have any, like, recommended ones? Pre-approved, I guess. All. Small Spaces. What is this one? Small Spaces are actually a beautiful game about small apartments you want to live in. Let yourself be a creatively and simplicity safe. It's just like The Sims 4, but not The Sims 4. So, Long Fall Home. What is this one? Meh. What is this? Jump the Track 1.0 release. Elders Will, Light Speculum, Flora and Fang, The Masochistic Ball. Fighting. I don't feel. Oh, it's like Peglin! Ooh. Claim it immediately. Steam. Request. Wait, what's the difference between requesting it and claiming it? Is there a difference? I don't know. I don't know. Alright, Little Kitty Big City. Let's see this one. Is it on here? Oh, it's this game! This is a cute game. I've seen some people play this one. It is very cute looking. I like that it's with Plucky Squire and Snufkin, both of which are pretty good games that I've seen gameplay of. I'm like shrimping. Let me unshrimp. Alright. Better. My friend got it for me for my birthday. It looks like a really cute game. I hope you liked it. So happy belated birthday. I don't feel like nor dreaming, but more like us. You're welcome. It was cute. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, I feel like a lot more cozy games have been coming out as of late. And it's nice. Or like games that feel pretty original. Like they're not all just copy and paste of one another, which is like really nice. I think a lot more indie studios are getting recognized, which makes me happy as well. That doesn't look too bad. Make this bigger. Oh, for fun. This is 30. Save. Close. Wants to make do uppies on chat. That one is too weird. Check. Kill it. Fine. Alright. I'm alive. I can feel you all around me. Save video as. Save. Oops, save video as. Change. Select folder. Clear. Ow. Ow. It's a great song though, ain't it? I love the song. I'm alive. I can feel you all around me. Say good everything. Okay. I didn't do all these labels. No. Okay, Bugtopia, edit labels. We're just gonna put all these here. Change cover, upload cover image. And we'll play it and then we'll go from there. I think that's how I want to do it. Yeah. Yeah, that's how I want to do it. Okay. Can feel you all around me, thickening me, breathing, holding on to what it's feeling. Can feel you all around me, thickening the air I breathe. And now we wait for it to launch. And I will. Am I missing one? No, I don't think so. So I'm doing a roll for fun now. Yeah. Okay. Why did you do this? Oh my god. Okay. That's all wrong. This is all wrong. Holy shit. Thank you for the boop and the wellness check. Good news, you have been selected for the 9 in... Hold on. The audio is really loud. Welcome to your terrarium. I'm your dear guide, don't worry. You still have 0.03 left. Please go to the store and buy a few aphids. Oh, so I still have money left after buying that high-tech, cool thing. Cool. Let's go pause the music real quick. You know that right-clicking can feed. Try it out. Feed the insects some food, and it can speed up their growth. Oh, I feed the little babies. Look, our little babies. I'm feeding them stuff. There you go. So much food. I did it. I did it. Congratulations on getting new bugs. Adult bugs are usually worth more than larvae. Try selling the adults in your bug inventory. I would have had a what to sell them. Okay. I sold buggies for 6 cents. Let's check out the rewards in the collection. Click. Black soil. Ooh. Aphids. I got little aphids. You're so smart. Now let's DIY your turn. Go to the store and buy a landscape and try it out. Whittlebug. Cobblestone. I bought the cobblestone. Oh, little baby snails. Now click here to enter the landscaping mode. Let's set the landscape we just bought. Okay. Cobblestone. The card shows where the landscape can be set. Now put it on the ground and click save. Okay. Save. I like the transition. The main function of these landscapes is to provide habitats for bugs and make the terrarium look better. After investing in the store, there are more fascinating landscapes waiting for you to collect. Cool. I'll keep feeding my little bug. Here you go. Have all this food. Have all the food now. What's this? Ecosystem poor. Is it because I need to buy more bugs? Buy 3 of them. Buy 4 of them. I want 4 of them. I will feed my little babies. He's all grown up. Oh, you must all grow up. Yes. Grow up. Be big. Now, do I have to sell them now? So I sell them? So, sell matured bugs. I think I'm making positive. I think I'm... Oh my god, lack of funds. What do you mean? Oh, it's 7 cents. Oh, it's a full cent. I like it. It's cute. Oh, okay. Eat up, little babies. Eat up. Yippee. Window. Oh, here's my snail. Grow up, little guy. Grow up big and strong. This is like a cookie clicker. This is like a cookie clicker. I like it. Sell matured bugs. Okay. And now I got a cent. Oh, I got new. Oh my god. Look, he grew. Wait. He grew up. Wait. Oh my god. Look, he grew up. He all big now. Can I get like a yellow ram horns now? Can I get like a light in here? I want like lights. It's like dark in here. $50,000. Dollars? That's a lot of dollars. Okay, this one. Can I buy this one though? No. Buy to limit. I bought 9 aphids. I'm gonna grow them all up. Grow up big and strong, little guys. There we go. And now I sell them. Sell matured bugs. I think you can sell the guy if you really wanted to. Okay. Hello, babies. I will feed you. And I guess you don't have to feed them, because they're gonna kind of just grow on their own. So you could just leave this here, which is nice. I like that a lot. Eat my little baby. Eat and grow big. So matured bugs. Eat up. Eat and be. Oh, okay. Well, what would this one be? Eat. Okay, that was the same yellow one. The yellow ram horn. Thumb pupin snail. And then I can sell them. Sell matured bugs. Then I can buy one of these. I can't buy one of those yet. Oh, it's 64 cents. Ow. Okay. Okay. This is so cute. I like this. They all grew up. Beauty has a chicken. Beauty does have a chicken. Alright, what do I do with that? Scoop up the monies. Pomodoro timer. Whoa, that's cool. That's nice. Oh. I clean stuff up. How goes? Good. Good. I'm just checking out this cute little game. Bugtopia. And now I gotta sell all my big aphids. Because I want a butterfly. Oh, whoa! He's a new big bug. He's a new big bug. Red pupin snail. We've never had a red pupin snail. We've had a purple one. See, we had the thumb one. We haven't had the red one. Yeah, that's cool. That's cool. Yeah, it's nice and cute. It's cute. I like it. So mature buggies. We have enough. We have enough now. And then we can buy these guys. Okay. Now we gotta feed them. Feed the aphids. Buggies. Yeah, a little bit of time, baby buggies. I want the caterpillar to grow up. I want the caterpillar to grow up. We got a new bug, a trig nymph. That's cool. Bye. Oh, I don't have enough money, chat. Buy the limit. Just keep buying the little aphids. Keep growing them up. Oh my god, it's a chrysalis now. Whoa. Expiration date? Do I sell it? Move to breeding box. Expires. Oh, it's experience. Wait, a song request off? They're just paused for right now. It'll play after I'm done with this. Don't worry. It's queued up. Don't you worry. Okay, let me sell my aphids. My butterfly! I got a butterfly. Look at him. I got a butterfly, chat. I got a butterfly. Yippee! Yippee! I got a butterfly. And now we can sell them. I've got 87 cents. We got 87 cents, which means we could buy another butterfly, buy a limit, and then we can buy. Oh, we can't buy more of those. I gotta feed all the little aphids. Gotta feed them on up so they grow nice and big, and I can get more money. More money, chat. Okay. I gotta sell all my aphids for 19 cents. Buy them for 9 cents. That's a 10 cent profit, chat. Look at this. A little 10-cent profit. Oops, wrong one. And then you just keep buying a limit. Terrarium is full. Oh, fuck. 10 cent. Oh my god, it's a pupa now. He's kind of not happy though. Probably because we don't have like lights and stuff in here. He'll be okay. Sell all. I'll feed him up. Oh, this guy needs to be fed too. Here you go, little dude. Everybody's growing up nice and big. Here you go, little poopa. Little poopa. Little poopa became a white buggy. A white butterfly. I see these kind of butterflies all the time in Colorado. I don't know where to go. It's in here. These ones. Cool. So cute. Now we gotta sell all our mature bugs. Oh, we got $1. We got $1 now, chat. Okay, so we gotta buy one of these. Oh, but we don't have enough for the other ones. So we're gonna buy those and then buy these. Oh, I should probably stop buying the aphids. They're the fastest to grow, but they're not very lucrative. I should honestly just be buying like more snails. And then we'll just buy more snails. Buy the limit. Look at all the snails! All of the tiny little snails. A bunch of tiny little snails. Eat on up, little guys. Eat on up so you can grow big and strong. Ooh, ooh. Any other cool new ones? Eat up, tiny snail. Eat up, little ones. Oh, a red one. Oh, we got a few red ones. Wonder if there'll be like a blue one. I want a blue one. Oh, no blue ones? No blue ones? Damn. Okay. Let's sell all. Oh, we haven't. We could move stuff to the breeding box. I forgot about that. I guess we'll see if we can get like 2 variants of these guys, and then maybe the red and the yellow will make an orange one or something. Eat up, little guy. You're all by yourself. Bum, 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 bum. How are you doing? How are you doing over here? There's a yellow butterfly. Okay, I'm gonna sell you. Sell. 87 cents. We can buy a shrimp. We can buy a fairy shrimp soon. We just need like 1 more cent. 1 more cent. Okay, now what if I move the breeding box? No breeding box left. I don't have a breeding box? Damn. Okay. Buy this. And then we're poor now, so buy a lemon. Oh, look at the little shrimpy! There's a little shrimpy! Not all of them are bugs, some are shrimp. Whoa! He grew up, and now I sell him. He gave me $2. Oh my god, $2. Ooh, what was that? What did I receive? What did I receive? Was it one of these? Yeah, it was. I think I'd have to buy it. Try on level 2. Level 2 is $9. Bee seeder. First feeder for everyone. Hold on. The letter L. That's cool. All of my babies have grown up. Time to sell them. Okay. And then let's buy more poopit snails. Actually, how much money we got? 69. Okay, let's buy one of these and then buy these to limit. Yeah, I'm gonna feed up the shrimpy. A little shrimpy. Feed up nice and big. Ooh. We sell them. We sell them. And then I'll buy another shrimpy. I don't actually know if this is actually lucrative. You know? Because we only get like, but it says like income day. So does that mean if we kept them, we'd get more income? Let's keep them. The little snail babies. The little snail babies. Yeah. $10 a second, not bad for a beginner. Hell yeah, look at all of them. Income negative 10%. God damn. God damn. So right now I'm making 11. So if I keep them, I'm making 11. So I shouldn't be selling them all the time. I want to. I'll only sell like a few of them because I want to grow other babies. We gotta see if we can get any of the shiny babies. All right, let's do. Idle limit. Yeah, let's do these babies. Okay, go away. How do I know how long a day is though? It's like I don't really have a timer in this game. Like, is it almost been a day? Or like, is it half a day? Little babies. Little snail babies. I like the red ones a lot. The red ones are cool. Cool. Okay, so, oh, that guy's happy though. That guy's confused. That guy's a flower. This guy is not happy. This one's confused. This one's confused. This one's a winky face. This one's we got enough money to buy a different one? I don't think so. We could buy 2 caterpillars. 2 caterpillars. And I guess we would just like AFK and leave this on in the background and like come back and then like play some more of it, I presume. So that way, because then like each day would go by and we'd earn monies. $0 a second. Damn, that sucks. We are only making a few dollars. Okay, so these guys make the most of vital limit, maybe? Now we can feed them. And that way we're actually making some money per hour, maybe? Now they're all grown up. Oh, and this guy's growing. Look at him. Oh, they're growing together! Yay! Okay. And then I think we were like, you're supposed to like AFK. So that's kind of fun. And then we'll come back and see how it's doing. Oh, we'll play. Music. Oh my god, I'm so yawny. Oh, cancel. I just wanted to turn off the music in the game. Alright. Ooh. Ooh. Image, and sound, browse. This one. And I forgot that I should keep this open. Man, being stuck inside all day sure sucks. I wish I could go out and learn and grow bugs and snails and more. Okay. Okay, hold on. Fucking Gloves Zomboid. Is this from Project Zomboid? Okay. Well, I have to check something. Edit triggers. Save. Edit triggers. I'm gonna test something, and I wanted it to be a surprise, but I actually don't know if it'll work. T1s. These. I don't think it's working. What works if I run the button, but not. One. Let's see. I love you. Okay. Well, I'll wait a little bit. All right. What the fuck? Bugtopia has come to save us from the dull hum and drum your boring work days. Long in the with 300 plus lifelike bugs to collect and grow, breed them to unlock, customize your terrain with 300 plus landscapes, items, backgrounds, a tiny soothing nature escape on your screen. This game even has a Pomodoro styled timer. Make sure you're setting healthy habits and for yourself while getting that bread. I got to try out this game and its demo thanks to the devs and Keymailer was loads of fun. Got addicted to knowing how my bugs would grow and really wanted to give them the prettiest terrarium I could. If you'd like to check this game out for yourself, it's currently on Steam with a 10% discount. Yeah. Pomodoro, coworking, cute, bug, butterfly. What do they have? Any other? Clicker and idle. Idle and clicker. This one just sends test and check if the trigger is working. Could be a bug. Copy button. Oops. Copy button. Nope. Export JSON. This is one. Is this different? Import JSON. It seems the same. The only difference is it's doing a hotkey. That's the only way I can get it to work, unless to event, post-processing, set beta, move model, send. Yeah, it would be easier if I could just send hotkey, but I don't think it will because it's attached. Oh wait, no, maybe it can. Hold on, wait a second. Wait a second. This one. Turn these off. I gotta pee, bro. I gotta fucking pee. Oh my god. Delay 0. And then duplicate and paste and wait. 5,000. Okay, would this work? Not found in the model. Okay, weird. Weird. Okay, I'll be right back. I'm going pee. I'm going. Sorry. Oh, fuck. Back. What the fuck? How's your day? Anyway, I just wanted to tell you can do it. Okay, you don't need to do that. Can I turn that off? Can I turn that off? Function. Oh. Go back, thank you. I have 4 cents now. Okay. Yeah, that's all. So it's all good to go. This didn't work right. It didn't. That's because the current model isn't BLT. That's why. But if I run this, It works. Allow empty wildcard save. It's not working. Hold duration. Case sensitive. Does it need this? Why aren't you putting your arms down, bud? BLT, why aren't you putting your arms down, buddy? My arms are gonna get tired. I don't want to have to manually do it every time. Need like a space? Bro, if someone random comes into my chat, they're just gonna think I'm just talking to myself. Uppies, 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 bro. Try inputting this one. I show the string from mine. Okay. Import from JSON. This one. Off. Save. Okay. Okay. I just need to restart it. Oh, hold on. Hey, good look at what's you got cooking. I'm trying to code BLT to do something. That's what I'm doing. I wasn't talking to you, Google. Why are your arms up now? Hey, hold on, baby. Why is your arms up now? BLT. Okay. Uppies? Maybe I do need to restart CME. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I just need to restart CME. So I made this after I opened CME today, so maybe I just need to restart it. Okay, everything's all connected, I think. Check VTube Studio, checking client. Allow. Oh, I was wondering why you were spamming the chat. I thought it was some kind of chat-based breakdown. That's what I was worried about. It's like someone would come in and be like, Elaine? I'd be like, I'm fine, I promise. Okay, let me... Okay, chat, VTS. Okay. He just wants uppies. I do want uppies. Oh, shit. Uppies. Thanks for the leg, Zach. Why isn't it working? Is it lighting up? Okay, uppies is not lighting up. Is it because I'm stupid? It's a good night for me, but it's kind of like my parchment is now being printed. Yay! I'm so happy. Oh, I'm so glad that didn't like. like take longer, you know, like but you could have gotten cucked further, you know? That would have sucked. But I'm glad. Congrats. Wait, how long have you been doing uppies for, bro? I look back and then all of a sudden you're doing uppies. Why are you doing uppies? How come I've never been cucked, I have been fucked over. The government can say otherwise, buddy. That's not up to you. Alright, why are you still doing uppies? God damn, I made it this like the hard. It's Control-Alt-5 to like have this work. Can try it one more time. Still not working. It's still not working. YouTube Studio plugin Sammy. Is this the only one? Is there a plugin? Is this one different? Like this. No, this is the yeah, no, this is the one I have. Interesting. So why are uppies not working? Edit triggers, still uppies. Keyboard simulation 2000 control. Could it be the holder? No, because it works right, like on its own, right? Yeah. I think so. Oh, let me check my other ones. Watching TV. Have fun watching TV. Yeah. And then I need to mod Beat Saber. I need more bots. Do it! I love modding Beat Saber. Beat Saber is so fun to mod. Especially if you have it on the PC. Okay, we can do commands. Hold on. Define help. Daily word. What was the trigger for this? Oh, daily word. I want it to be shrinkter. Where is it? Where is? Oh, what the fuck? Oh, I didn't put it in there. I don't know if you have a VR headset, but I would very much like to see your Squish Show lose their shit. That would be fun. I do have VR. I have 3 different VR headsets. Nice. That works. Hold on, let me test one other thing. Yeah, that works too. Everything works but that. I want to wear my hat right now. Nothing to do with you. Yeah, and then yeah. Maybe it'll work here since I'm out of it. What? Hi. The fuck, that's crazy. Darth Elaine. Darth Cow. Darth Cow. That was like also too short. So why was that too short? MS2. 2 minutes. I like the way it's. Oh, no, 30 minutes. Hi, Sachiko. Hi. 30. Soda cannot breathe. That's fine. So it's time you leave. I'm the only one with me. Hope you're having a great day, Sachiko. Sorry, I'm like trying to figure something out. Save. Monday. Guilty, are you sure? Are you like 100% sure that you don't want uppies? Alright, he's pretty sure. God damn it. God damn it. Alright, well, I don't know why that's not working. Hypnotize you. I'd take some uppies. I'd happily give you uppies. I just want to yell eagle. Understandable. Save, okay. So your arms went up. Okay, hold on. Maybe okay. They went up, but they're not going down. Maybe. Never YPs. It's always uppies. Stop. Why you peas? Yes, save. Is that the problem? Nope. Piss. We don't have one of those. You piss in the corner. No. Pissing here is not advised. It's not normalized. We just have a corner. to this right now. There you go. Check out my bugs. My bugs do good. I want to sell my bugs. Alright, who makes more money? My brain, no. Wait. Oh. I just thought of something and then I forgot. He raises arms and then he's meant to put. Actually, I have a question for myself. Hold on. I think I might have found a better way to do this. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna just turn this off. And then go to settings. And then uppies. Do it as a Twitch thing. Extras on. Shout out ad break. Twitch gift, redeem text trigger. Twitch text trigger. Any more to this list? Okay, so now. Haha! Wait, and then I gotta. Wait. Stop after like 5 seconds. So control 5. Okay, so if I do uppies now. Okay. Now, if I reload him as a live 2D item, save, no. Okay, and then I remove, and I go back to me. I know I won't be leaving here. Now would that work? Pog. Wait, so what if I did BLT wants uppies? Fuck, but if it's in a sentence, it don't work. God damn it. So BLT want uppies won't work. Give me uppies. In games, oh good, they have this note in the document. That's probably why this program is not inedible. Yeah, that's not that's the problem. Oh, so make sure that Sammy and Studio are in admin mode. I can restart it. Ah! Guys, you want to see Pato, my new D&D character? Me gustas tú. Me gustas tú. Me gustas tú. Me gustas tú. Look at him! Look at Pato! Pato is done! Look at him! I would have liked the. Oh. I don't know what I've done. Look at him! Wait, can you do a little dance? You do a little dance. Pato, my boy! You little baby. He's gonna have a country accent. He's like, "Hello, my name Pato. Hello, my name is Pato, and I'm just here to have a good time. I got this rock on my head. He secretly hides a little dent in my head that I got when I was young. But I'm here, and I don't read so good, but I'm here because the nature called me to. Oh, that's so great. We gotta do a shout out for Choco. Hold on. We gotta shout out Choco. Choco. I think it's underscore senpai. Oh, I almost wrote that wrong. Yeah, follow Choco. Choco's the one that made Pato real. Pato! We love Pato! He got a little dead because he dropped. Yeah. He grew up around humans. Oh boy. He's a little boy. I love him. Stastu. So good. Gustastu. He's so cute. I love him. I can't wait to play him on Friday. I'd love to see him with just in some poofy pant. Some poofy pant. Okay, so okay, I will restart those two. Then in admin. Alright, I have to restart VTube Studio and Sammy really quick. No mi corazón. That's the wrong properties. I think it's an advanced run as admin. Okay, apply okay. And then properties. Let's run as admin. Okay. Corazón, mi corazón. Ah, fuck. Alright, this one. Eight actions. Open. This one. Nope. I just want this folder. Hello, Bato. I'm gonna put him on my screen in a second. Start without Steam Bat. Properties, advanced, run as admin. Okay. So now if I open VTube, oh fuck, okay. So let me just do it this way. Okay. Hold on. Advanced. I could just run it through Steam. There's no reason why I can't. Let's do this one instead. Advanced. Have I run this one? No. What the fuck? Properties. Launch options. Steam launch options. Admin. Let's see my select program. Launch options. Standard mode. Tick. Properties compatibility. Wait, right click properties. Properties. It should just do it in here, I thought. Yeah, it's running about Steam Bat. Yes. Cannot find. Make sure you tag him. Properties. Okay, hold on. Let me just. No, I don't. So maybe just do this. And now this would just open VTube Studio normally, right? We're not. What is happening? Alright, hold on. Put this there. Jesus, okay. Properties, launch options, this. Okay, and now if I go to properties, yep, okay. So launch. Did that run as admin though? I don't know if that did run as admin. How do I know if it ran as admin? The Delilah, what's it like in New York City? Properties. But wait, properties. Is this the correct one? I just want to know how to launch something as admin, man. Properties compatibility run as admin. Launch VTube Studio without Steam as admin. VTube Studio, a VTubing application can be launched. How do you run it as admin? Start without Steam, run multiple instances. Starting without. Okay, can we just do starting as admin? Regular properties. Yeah, I think that's how it is for like Windows 10. I don't think that's how it works for Windows 11. Properties, compatibility. Oh. Wait, could that work for this one as well? No. Okay. So that's fine. So then if oh my god. Show more option. Send to desktop. So now my desktop should have a new shortcut. Yeah, this one. This one. To talk with you, I have no other way. Okay. Yep. Oh, then we felt this way. Did I open Sammy already? I did. The world will never ever be the same. Nowhere to blame. Connect. BLT. Now I gotta go back into the BLT model though. So let's tech. Whatever we want to. Can we turn that off? Load, select, okay. No. And then we go back to me. Oh, it's what you do to me. Oh, it's what you do to me. Oh, it's what you do to me. Just work with uppies? Oh, wait. Trigger settings, save. Save. Okay, now we're gonna just try this one more time. Like quitting Sammy and then running it again. Just to make sure that everything's kosher. Everything's kosher. And then also I need to check this. Allow. Okay. Put him down. Put him down. Put them down, BLT. Yes! Okay, alright. BLT want. Alright, we're just gonna try uppies one more time. I don't actually know if it's running through. I think it is, though. I wish I could see the history. Oh, variable viewer, maybe, actually? Cancel variable viewer. No. Okay, well, it's working. It's working, but it's because of Studio or Sammy. I think it's because of Sammy. Let me just check files. There's one thing. Happy something. Right on PLTV3. Uppies. And then if something is tied to like something in like tied to like the bonk. Where's the bonk? Go. Where? I wonder where that sits. Cry. I don't know where that sits. Wait for one thing. For one thing. But I think it's working correctly. I think. Oh, you know how I can test it? Copy paste. Number 2, I think. Yeah. I saw it. I saw it. It is. Yeah. Do you know how I would make it work no matter? What's it? Okay. Save, okay. Okay. Now I can grab Pato. Pato, my baby boy! Where is he? He's gonna go in Little Bros. We're gonna change Luffy's little thing out with Patos. Where's my boy? My boy! Pato's behind Moira. Look at them! Oh, that's so cute! Perfect. Perfect. I can't type, okay. Pog. Edit triggers. Uppies. Nope. Edit appearance. Nope. Edit appearance. Uppies. You know, I love to get on my low. I want it to be like a. This was BLTs though, safe. Okay. Na 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 na. All right. I love Godzilla. Oh my god. I love Godzilla too. That says gorillas. Gorilla? Gorilla? all night. You know I love how my lows. Make sure that short got uploaded. It did. Cool. Alright, now it's time to do some research. I have to do research for this new series. Do all animals have the same butthole shape? Why do we have buttocks as well? Many simple animals like sponges, jellyfish have a single opening for both ends and in eliminating ways. But why? But everyone has the same shape, right? I think. Also, I'm gonna check my little bugs. I have $2. This is a very real-time game. I have enough for a tortoise beetle larva? Lack of funds. Oh no, they're $24. Oh, I'll buy another fairy shrimp. The terrarium is fuck. Fuck, chat. Fuck. Alright. Buy another baby fairy shrimp. Make him grow up. I want him to grow up. Yippee! Like, if someone said, oh gee, BLT wants bees. I'll get to trigger. Just if someone only said bees. Okay. But everyone's got that sphincter shape, right? Do all animals have the same shape of sphincter? How do I spell sphincter? Sphincter? No, I do not have the same sperm. Oh God, I meant sphincter. But that's another one. That's another. Well, like, maybe wait a week and we'll talk about sperm shapes. Oh, hi, Uncavo. Hi, don't worry about me. I'm just learning things. Have you ever laugh all you want, but the bodily orifice is a highly over-engineered. The anus has a very sensitive job. Yeah, but like, do all animals have the same, like, butt, like the butt? Like the little star, right? Do all animals have the same butthole shape? Yeah, does the same have butthole? Same butthole? Like, we all have that little star. No, I know the term is usually informally used as an anus, which is not present in all animals. Many animals, including birds, reptiles, amphibians, have a cloaca, a single opening for digestive, urinary, and reproductive systems. Okay, so you either have a little butthole or you have a cloaca. But, like, I wanted to talk about the shape. But everyone has the same butthole. Like, it's a. I'm like, I specifically want to talk about the little shape. It's like a little star shape. The same star shape butthole. Oh no, the clicker and shape. Function among different species, and even with the same species, according to cool green science, for example, some animals have circular openings while other like wombats may have. Yeah, but it's just a star at the end. Like, if I were to look at a wombat's butthole, it would just be a star, wouldn't it? That gateway fuck. Like, I think Google Do we get uppies to work yet? We have uppies working if you just say uppies. If you say uppies by itself, it works. Oh. Oh, shit. Hold on. It's an easy fix. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, shit. Oh, wow. Wait. Save. So, wait. Yeah, now you can do uppies. Oh, shit. It works now. Whoa, Pog. Nice. Okay, now if anybody says uppies, it'll work. It'll work no matter what. Nice. Okay. I love it. Good job. Thank you. I had help from my roommate who's helping me code. You know what? This is a perfect time for me to use what my roommate made. So my roommate made a AI for us to talk to. Okay. Hello. What's your name? Hi, my name is Name. You can use up to 3 names if you'd like to know more about oh, I guess I can call you Cobalt. Can I call you Cobalt? Yeah. Yes, of course. Cool. Do you know if all animals have the same star-shaped butt hole if they have a butthole? I do not believe so, but it's impossible that the question does not make sense. Okay, I'm asking ChatGPT. I tried to ask. He is, isn't he? Side thing. I realized that all animals that have a butthole have the same butthole, I think. Like we all got that. Oop. But I'm not sure I'm asking the right questions. So I asked our AI, but I don't think they understand. I'm gonna ask ChatGPT real quick. Leave. Okay, try it. No, stay locked out. Okay. Do all animals that have buttholes have star-shaped buttholes? Buttholes? I think it's because of the sphincter, which is the muscle that opens. Oh, that would make sense. Okay, so the star-shaped butthole you're probably thinking of is facing associated with sea cucumbers and echinoderms, like starfish, a certain main invertebrate. These shapes are due to the radial symmetry of their bodies and the arrangement of their muscles around the anus. What does a starfish's butthole? Hold on, I want to look at a starfish butthole. That was that was a bad idea. I just saw a butthole. I just saw a butthole. I just saw a okay, anywho. Okay, wait, hold on. But I want to know what the butthole of a starfish. Butthole of a starfish. There we go. Okay. So it's this little thing. It's the oh shit, sorry, hold on. It's this little thing. It's this little like dot. Okay, anywho. These shapes are due to the radial symmetry of their bodies and the arrangement of their muscles around the anus. Here's how it varies. Mammals, including, have a more circular or ovular anus controlled by a ring of muscles called the sphincter. Reptiles and birds typically have a cloaca. Fish often have cloacas. Insects and arthropods. Is that their mouth too? I think so. And echinoderms, like sea stars and sea cucumbers, have star-shaped or radial anal structures. No, the shape of an animal depends on the anatomy. But like, I think the AI is still thinking of the sphincter. Like the sphincter itself. I'm talking about the end. What, parts of a butt? Alright, hold on. I gotta look something up. Parts of the butt. Hole. Alright, I'm talking about like the anus. The anus. Okay, I think it's the anus. I think the sphincter is like the whole muscle. Like, I'm sure that the whole muscle itself is not, but like, I'm just specifically talking the external anal sphincter. I'm talking specifically about the external anal sphincter. Okay. Okay, do all animals have the same shape of external anal sphincter? I don't believe... I'm actually gonna have to look up the buttholes of animals. There is a sphincter muscle inside of the intestine and then an outer one for the anus, I think. But everyone's got a little puckered. I had a very big moment last night where I was high and I was like, oh my god, everyone on planet Earth that poops, that has a poop hole, has the little pucker shape. You know? It has that little pucker shape. It's all about the pucker shape. You know? And I think everything that poops has the same little pucker shape. And I was hoping that I could get like, because I understand cloacas would be different. Because it's one hole for it all. But like, okay. Ew! Is that why it's so big like that? Is that the whole, but that's not butt cheek? Is that whole sphincter? Is that the whole thing is just sphincter? Ah, maybe this is, oh, damn it. Okay, maybe I do it inversely and be like, do you know that not everything has the same butthole? That's right, some animals have one hole for all their poop. But we as humans have different holes. We have a butthole and a... I would prefer if everybody I just wanted to talk about how we all have the same little puckered butthole. I'm gonna be like, hold on. Are you sure that we all don't have the same... Are you sure that animals that... Okay, wait, what about... Are you sure that all mammals have 3 holes? Are you talking about our mouth? Because technically we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7? 7? Mammals have puckered buttholes. Great question, and it's more nuanced than it might seem at first. So, do all mammals have puckered buttholes? Short answer, no. Not all animals have visibly puckered buttholes in the way that humans or some other mammals do. While all mammals do have an anus with a circular menstrual control sphincter, the external experience can vary quite a bit depending on the species and non-human behavior. What does puckered really mean here? You're probably referring to the wrinkled and radial fold pattern that often seen in animals that is well-defined external anal sphincter, like humans, dogs, or primates. This appearance comes from the way the skin and muscles around the anus contract and relax, but that look isn't universal. Here's what it looks like across animals, often puckered looking. Humans, dogs, cat, primates, rodents, pigs. Less puckered or obviously not so. Whales, dolphins, bats, platypuses, and moles. We have 3 holes down there. We have 3. We have a pee hole. We have the baby hole, and then we have a butthole. Oh wait, that means we have 8. But overall, we have 8. Math. I don't know what the fuck I want to do. Did you know? Sorry. I don't know what I want. Did you? I I wanted to have a series where I talk about a weird random fact. And now I wanted to talk about how everybody has the same little puckered butthole, but now everything's telling me that it's not true, and it's upsetting me. I'm kind of upset about it. Some species very small have just butt openings? No, I don't wanna. That's I don't really wanna. Moles or birds sometimes often left all you do the fur or body. Anyways, gotta go have a good shower. Man, I want to talk about buttholes. Okay, fun. Oh, I could talk about how the sphincter muscle is the same muscle as our eyeball. I can't spell sphincter. Okay, so if I yell sphincter, sphincter. Yeah, you know that muscle? Okay, wait. I have to look up the definition of sphincter again. A ring muscle surrounding a serving or to guard or closing and opening a tube, such as the anus or opening. Sphincter muscle eyes. The iris sphincter muscle, also known as the pupillary sphincter or sphincter pupillae, is a circular muscle located in the iris of the eye. And then circle. Okay. How do I want to do this intro? Let me look up, like, did you, like, fun fact. I love that the high thought is becoming content. Yeah, I know! And I love it, because every week we just gotta talk about something random. I want my very best. Have to wait and see. Just wait and see. Okay. So I would do, okay, so how I would format it would be like, did you know? And then it would have to be an outrageous statement that is technically true that would not really be true. So I could be like, did you know that your eye hole and your butthole have the same muscle? And that's technically not true, but it technically is true. And then I could go into explaining how it is, like, technically, while I worded it wrong. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah, did you know your eye holes and your butthole, your eye holes and your butthole have the same muscle? Because we are a big muscle. Gotta bait them. Yeah, gotta bait them. And, like, I don't want to bait them, like, super hard, because I don't like clickbaiting, but it's like, I'm technically not wrong. Did you know your eye holes and your buttholes have the same muscle? Are the same muscle? If I do are, that's kind of more on the same muscle. Did you know your eye holes and your buttholes are the same muscle? Our butts have what is called a muscle, and our eyes. Yup, it's the sphincter muscle. While their end purpose is wildly different, they both serve the same function, which is, wait, I gotta scroll back up to define function. Oh shit. Oh damn, that looks bad. The source quality of that is horrendous. Thanks, Twitch. Yep, it's a sphincter muscle. While their end purpose, their end goal, their end result, while the result of their function. Yeah, well, the result of their function is wildly different. They both serve this. They both act the same. Sphincter muscle specifically is a ring of muscles surrounding and serving to guard or close an opening or two. Okay, we're just literally going to paste this. Okay. Did you know your eye holes and your buttholes are the same muscle? Are the same. I should be like, are the same? Yep, it's the sphincter muscle. It's because of this. It's due to the sphincter muscle. While the result of their function is wildly different, they both act the same. The sphincter muscle specifically is a ring of muscles surrounding and serving to guard or close an opening or tube. I can sense that you're starting to piece it together. While one could it's more controlled. Our eyes have what's known as a pupillary sphincter, which controls how much light is reflected through your eye. Okay, did you know your eye holes and your butt holes are the same? Yep, it's due to the sphincter muscle while Yep, it's due to the sphincter muscle. While the result of their function is wildly different, they both act the same. The sphincter muscle specifically is a ring of muscles surrounded and serving to guard or close an opening or tube. I can sense that you're starting to piece it together. While one could say it's more controlled, our eyes have what's known as a pupillary sphincter, which controls how much light is reflected through our eyes. Oh my god. Well, there's this one TikTok person that like talks about animal specimens, and like that's what I'm basing this off of. This guy, Odd Animals. What do you mean the first video I clicked on is him saying goodbye? What does that mean? Does it mean it's not doing videos anymore? I am gonna choose that to not be the truth because he has other videos. Okay. Good lord. Interesting. Okay. Okay, I could take it a step further in the intro, and instead of saying that eye holes and buttholes are the same, I could show a picture of the pupillary sphincter muscle and be like, is that a butthole? No, it's actually an eye hole. Maybe. But I don't want to get banned if people think I just put a butthole on the screen. Yeah, maybe not do that. Do you know your eye holes and your buttholes are the same? Yep, it's due to the sphincter muscle. While the result of their function is wildly different, they both act the same. Which is a ring. Okay, which is a ring of muscle surrounding and serving guard to close an opening or tube. It's more controlled. Our eyes have what is known as a pupillary sphincter, which controls how much light is affected. Okay, and then purpose of butt sphincter keeps the anus closed and spooks me. Oh, it's snowing now. Whoa. That's cool. Violent, I guess. Alright. Well, one could say it's more controlled. Our eyes have what are known as pupillary, has what's known as a pupillary sphincter, which controls the amount of light that is reflected through your eye. Whereas the butt has a has its own sphincter muscle that controls how much poop you let out of your body. Now you know when your eyes dilated versus non-dilated eyes, okay? What's the okay, so now when your eyes strain due to the sun, you can say, ah, my eyes are puckering. Yeah, I think that works. I think. Did you know your eye holes and your butthole are the same? Yep, it's through the sphincter muscle, which is a ring of muscle surrounding and serving to guard or close an opening or tube. I can sense that you're starting to piece it together. Okay, so we do let's do or like hook. We'll do hook because that sounds better. Hook definition example joke, I think, is how I'll do it. Yeah. Did you know your eye hole? So we would start with, did you know your eye hole and your butthole are the same? Yep, it's due to the sphincter muscle, which is a ring of muscles surrounding. It's a ring of muscles surrounding and serving to guard or close an opening or tube. I can sense that you're starting to piece it together. While one could say it's more controlled, our eyes have what's known as a pupillary sphincter, which controls how much light is reflected through your eye. Whereas the butt has its own sphincter muscle that controls how much poop you let out of your body. So now when your eyes strain to the sun, you can say, ah, my eyes are puckering. Nice. 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 I like it. How do I do activities? It's like that. And these two are combined. Oh, man. I took the pop files. Oh, the pop files I made and put them into the thing. And I would be testing it out. It's so cute. I'm glad you like it. Isn't it adorable? I'm glad you said you're doing so you match. Yeah, yeah. Here, let me set mine up really quick. And set mine up really quick to make sure we match. I think I have it already in here, but let me make sure. Also, Miyu, could you send me... I don't. Could you send me your, PNG one more time? Just so that I can make the thumbnail for when I go live on Wednesday. Or when we do it. When we do the stuff. Excuse me, sorry. Oh, baby, don't. Oh my god. No, he's not, okay. Yep, I did that inverted. Thank you. Here, let me do that too. What the fuck? Is Aura playing? Is Streak playing? Not Streak. Is Aura playing Call of Duty? Is the one person that I didn't expect to play Call of Duty playing Call of Duty? Oh, it's just one of my friends, one of my female friends who refuses to play Call of Duty. Like, refuses. Like, the only way that they said that they would play Call of Duty is if Among Us got into Call of Duty. Is this Weege? Is this Weege? No, is this Curb? Is that Curb? I can't tell I'm streaming. Oh god. Alright, I'm so sorry. I'm excited to play matches with you sometime. God damn. Sending them to the slaughterhouse! No more people should buy Call of Duty, ever. Ever. It's snowing. It's snowing. Oh, I have a 10. Oh, I have a 10 out of 10 bugs. Oh. No, she would only play if Among Us or something was in the game. Why would you affect her with our sin? They were pure! What was I doing? I forgot already. Okay. Need someone to read this script. I'll pick someone randomly. Dog. Because this is I think this is like the first new series that I've kind of done that I didn't have my old managers like just vague input on. I need you to read a script for me and just tell me how it makes you feel. Tell me how to trace. Alright, now I gotta make a thumbnail for it. A thumbnail! A thumbnail! This one. I'll go to the bathroom again. I'll go to the bathroom again, chat. Okay. I'm gonna be right back while I think about how I'm gonna do this. Alright, I'm back. I'm back. Time now is goodbye, my baby.
I like this song. This is a good song.
Alrighty. Thank you. Alright, so file, save as. I'm gonna make a new folder. What do I want to call it? Cancel, 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 cancel. There you go. Did you know? Okay, so this is did you know number. And this is the did you know thumbnail. Okay. Baby, won't you cry now? What's the time now? It's goodbye, my baby. Your arms just like you do. Okay, I'm just gonna take a big picture of myself really quick. Yeah. And then, oh. Guilty or on poop for a second. Oh. Baby, won't you cry now? It's the time now. It's goodbye, my baby. Hold me in your arms just like you do. Lately, I was home. I didn't know that. I actually did not know that. But I mean, out of all the music that I listen to daily, I feel like that's not a lot. Like, just listening to someone daily is not that crazy. But you're so I don't know if I want to be smaller than this, though. If I want to be like this instead. Kind of like that. And then just kind of be like, did you know? Yeah, maybe. It's actually not a bad idea. Did you know? I'm gonna ask ChatGPT something. Because I just need just a random thing. Nope. What font reminds you of the phrase, did you know? Comic Sans. Okay. Nope, okay, never mind. I'll just do it the long way, which is scrolling through fonts for like 3 hours. Wait, what is that other one? Brunson? Brunson is very interesting. I want... What kind of font is this, though? Brunson? Brunson is tagged as... Basic sans serif. There you go. Did you know? Did you know? With a question mark? This one's not bad. So I do kind of want like a bold font. I think a bold font would be good, but... Well, Brunson. How did Brunson look? Where's the... Yeah, you could like... Yeah, we could try this one. Well, is Brunson rough? Interesting. Interesting. I kind of want to use Brunson rough, actually. Guys, we're not making money. We're not making money in that. We're not making money. I want to make more money. How do I make more money? How do I have a bigger terrarium? It's $9 to upgrade my terrarium. So that means I should just keep selling bugs, right? Making bugs and selling. I think that's what I'm supposed to be doing. I think in the beginning I'm supposed to be just selling bugs. I think I'm just supposed to be selling all my bugs. Sell all mature bugs. Okay. I think the aphids are most it's 10 cents. That's 10 cents per bug, I think is pretty good. Blah 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 blah. Yeah, and then I just sell them. Sell matured bugs. Yeah, $6. Buy the limit. And we just let them grow. So every now and again we just buy to limit. And then we keep going back and forth. Yeah. Brunson rough. Did you know? This feels, I won't lie, this font kind of feels aggressive. It's a little aggressive. The more I look at it. What about Blinky Star? Maybe Blinky Star. That one just doesn't feel... I feel like I need to be more sophisticated, though. Very crisp, yeah. Did you know? Just... This one could be okay. Yeah, this one could be okay. Maybe I need to do like this. I'll have to look at it. That's fine. Did you know? Or is this a center kind of thing? Kind of hoping it's not a center kind of thing. But I could be wrong. Yeah, I think this could be good, and then I could put the yeah. Also, cool. That's fine. Cool. You know, do I like that color more? Do I like it inverted more? I think I do. Yeah, it's more like in your face if I do it that way. 12? Did you know? 20 maybe? No, that's too much. Let's do 15. Yeah. And then you could be like a different color. Okay. Weird. I'm guessing that I guess I should probably do like this, huh? Did you know? And then center text it, and then just do. Into the dead. Oops, oops, oops. Okay. Alright, so did you know? But do I want to make it like a whole thing? I don't think I want to make it like a whole logo like I have with my other series, because I don't think it's necessary. This one's gonna take a lot more editing though, huh? Nah, fuck it. I need more stuff to edit anyway. I'm guessing that I've grown up. Oh, how easily. Do you? Oh, do. That's right. This will be the front. Let me make sure this is okay. Devil in Save our world. Okay. I think. Because I'm trying to think. I'm trying to decide if I want. And then if I just had like small text, like somewhere. But this not even matter. Did you know? I like the. Did you know? Yeah, I liked how it was before. And then I could do like small text, like butt addition. Yeah. Eyeball. That's right. Then a butt. Or actually, yeah, peach would work. Peach. No, because what if I do a peach fact? But and then position forward. It's like an eye butt. I feel like I don't like the butt imagery though. Like I feel like I could have butter butt. No. Maybe like that. Sure. Hunting all my spheres. Oh, messing up your space. Space. Take me with you. Downloads. What to do and make you feel bad. Never neither. Ooh, okay, so I would have to done like the butt and then the eyeball. Oh my god, bro. This game's about to become like a horror game for me. God damn. It's been 2 hours since the game started. Trying different blood combinations might bring unexpected results. Yeah, maybe. I have $6 now. Sell all. Buy a lemon. There we go. Export. Ooh, oh my god. Oh god. Oh god. None one. Save. Okay. And then. Oops. Paste. Put that over there. Canvas, optimize. And we're changing this to did you know? Save, and then did you know number, and then save. Okay. And then did you know? Oh, I'll keep the keys in there though. And these. Okay, did you know was that scripted? Now we have a thumbnail for it that will not affect the video. It'll be separate like our tips has been. I need the same VTuber and vtuber. Fun fact. I think that would be. Oh no. envtuber fun fact. Did you know? I think is the base. No, we should do 3 that are base and then 3 that are different. So it'll be this, and then hashtag butthole, eyes, muscles. You want to. What is the oh, my back. I have chippies. Hold on. Okay. My brain is having ideas. Did you know section? Did you know? Should be like 3 cuts. 3 cuts. Different angles of me. Okay. Decided to start this series because one night. Cool fun facts. So now it's content. We enjoy. Okay. Okay. I decided to series. Oh, that one gave me 21. Oh, I guess the longer I wait for them to grow up. I'm thinking about that. So what if we bought 4 of these? And then bought to limit these. We bought 3. Well, we only have 7 out of 10. So what else can we buy? 3 cents, 1 cent. Buy to limit. Okay, now the terrarium is maxed out. Oh, so I can have a constant supply of aphids to sell. I guess. I don't really know. Okay. Did you know? Okay, so we could record Did You Know now. Is there anything else that I need to do before recording? It's only 6. That doesn't mean we ain't fucking around. That means we're just doing a good job. Yeah, I mean, that sounds fine to me. Scheme is cute. I wish I could... I really wish I could, I feel like I don't understand the mechanics of this game. So how do I get it, like, a better per second, then? They have a better per second day. So we'd want something that's, like, 24 a day? I should just keep buying different bugs, so that way I can try different bugs. Yeah. 695. Buy. And then buy the limit. Where'd he go? There's a trig nymph. I want him to grow up. Grow up, little buggy boy. Grow up. Ooh, you greedy bastard. Ooh, I got a grasshopper. What kind of grasshopper is he? Red spotted, but that's yellow. But that's a yellow. And then do we just sell? Yeah, because I need $10. Baby isopod! But that's $71. That's crazy, bro. This isn't poor. Communities covered. Mutual habits of the earnings of cooperative social bugs have increased. Oh. Do they all have that, like, buff? So what if I did, like... Okay, wait, hold on. So what if I sold all my little aphids? Okay. And then I bought, like, two of these, and then buy the limit. You know? And then I have, like, a whole... I have a whole plethora of them. But now I don't have any buffs. What? That's crazy. I don't understand, chat. I think I might be too stupid to grow bugs. Edit labels. I think I'd have to give the same music to... Did you know? Creme Brulee. I didn't know you had a song named Creme Brulee. My Spotify? Okay, where is my Spotify? The right song? It did. Okay. Thank you for the song request, Miu. Now do I get a buff? No, because I guess I don't have enough. Okay. Well then... Oh. Now I have $13. Okay. Buy two of those and then buy to limit these guys. Cool. Yeah. So it likes this. It likes aphids and grasshoppers. I wish I could change the background, you know? Like changing the wallpaper. That'd be nice. Does the store have different wallpapers? River, yellow soil. I want like a forest. Yeah, but I know, like, I wish I could have it to be like, it shows the outside. Like, hold on. What does the community have? Discussions? Yeah, Bado's chilling with us. Screenshots? Yeah, see, look, there you have, like, cool backgrounds and stuff. Maybe it's because, like, I'm too new to the game. It makes me want to play it more, though. So I guess I'll just keep it open. I mean, I just keep it open in the background and do what it's gotta do. Yeah. You spy it, though. Okay. Oh, I have to change my character on D&D Beyond. D&D Beyond. I changed his icon. Trying to think of something. I think I'm going to do, just because I want to transition from one program to another, so I'm going to do this really quick and then go from there. Choose file. Bato. Huh? Set portrait. Apply. This is a cute song. I like it. Alright, Pilgrim. Because we're not playing Pilgrim. This is Pilgrim. I hope Pilgrim gets fixed. I really like Pilgrim, but I'm sad that like it just kind of broke so hard that it did, as it did. Okay, Zoe, Boff, and then get me in here. Get the full body. Let me get that full body. He had a song called Crush years ago that I love, and he just started making more music. Yeah, I haven't heard of David Archuleta in like years. Yeah, there's Crush. Add a queue. Oh my god, like what was his? I don't remember. Cause like I think his most famous era was 2008. I don't remember what songs that I liked from his. But that album cover, that's like the album cover of David Archuleta. Did I put that in down? Excuse me, sorry. Fish wife. I hope you don't mind. I'm just gonna will you be my fish wife? Will you be my fish wife? Also, I really like the name that you chose. Just Miyu the Mermaid is just very, it's to the point. I like it quite a bit. Also, do you have a favorite color? You have a color that you'd be preferred to associate with? I don't want to assume pink. Yes, of course. Yay! You don't understand. I've always wanted a wife. Pink, cool. Because I assumed Zoe's was purple. And she was like pink. And I was like, oh, I guess wrong. I feel bad. Okay, Pog. Poggers. Okay, I gotta make this like size accurate, I think. That's a good point. Zoe's color is also red in her chat thing. So it's kind of like that's valid. And I didn't think about it, but I am now. So I want to change mine. Do I have like a normal one? Do I have a normal one where I'm smiling? Do this one. I have to like similar head. Oh no, but the torso's cut off. Fuck. Or like I'm glassing over and you ask, and I see a wall of pink. The way I got it. Okay, it's us. It's us. Hee hee. I want to give you space though. I like that we have, like, Gordy's like the only kind of like spooky one, and then we have Noble and the rest of us, and we're all like, yeah, let's go to the back rooms. I have to be, I think I need Miyu to be on the other side. Yeah, I have to be behind you because my tail is foofy. So we got Miyu. And then me. I'll have to move my name tag, but that's fine. Actually, I have an alternate idea. Which I think would be funny. And I'll do that in a second. I just want to know. Okay, so we have this one, and then alternatively, save. Just take us. Just... Make them the same height. You know, it's like the same height. Oh, I love your line art on this. I think this is the same. I know, it's so cute. Okay, and then I can be here. We could be on like this side. And then like Noble could be on the other. I might do this. And then you'd be here. I don't want to make this smaller. It was funny. I was just thinking it's funny to see this pretty model and then you get my little pop PNG. Yeah. That's what I was thinking too. And we turn us off. And then we've got Noble and Gordy. Gordy has like baby versions. I could make Gordy a little guy. My brain is thinking. And I need mine again. No, I'll keep it. Could make us a bit bigger though, if I wanted to. Yeah, there you go. Poppers. I just feel bad that Gordy's like the only like normal looking person. But it's kind of like on brand though. But it's kind of cool. He's got that cool aura. But he's also a goober sometimes. Alright, I gotta find escape the backroom, SteamDB. Escape SteamDB. What would baby Gordy look like? Gordy has... Hold on. I think he has it on his... He has like a 3... is he using it right now by chance? What is this? Where am I? Where am I? Oh, this is because... Okay. Because that was on cryptids. Okay. Does he have it? I don't think it does, actually. Okay. That's fine. Does he have a picture of it? This is what he looks like as baby. He has like, he's just a little guy. I can ask him. I'm gonna pop in there and ask him. Sorry to bother. May I have a chibi PNG? They're sharing chick pigs. Chickens. Why is my face tracking lagging? Okay. I have asked and he said yes. So while we just wait for Gordy to send us a little guy image while we get the stuff for this stuff. That I'm totally forgetting where I grab assets from. Does Escape the Backrooms have a media kit actually? I should check that first because that would be better. Escape the Backrooms media kit. Escape the Backrooms fucking guy. Escape the Backrooms Wiki Phantom. Oh, he's so cute. Oh, little Gordy baby, so cute. Oh, hold on. I'll flip you though. Flipping him though. There we go. Now we're all little guys. No problem. Now we're all just little guys going into the back rooms. Now we're all just little amigos, you know? Saying, what's up, Death? I'm here for some fun. Yeah, look at these little guys. Little guys. Alright. I just wanted images. That's perfect. Copy image. I'm actually really excited to play this game because like Bobby's talked about how he doesn't like Escape the Backrooms because he's just had too much content of it, which like totally get that. You know, and when something's like oversaturated, it's kind of hard to like something that's like overdone. So let's say like it makes sense. But I don't know. I kind of like SCP, like weird anomaly stuff is very fun for me. So I'm excited to play this personally, because I've played the other Backrooms game. I played the other Backrooms game with Body. Inside the Backrooms, this one, but this one is just more like puzzles, whereas this one seems to have more to it, I presume. I played Escape the Backrooms together and was curious about this one. Yeah, because they have Escape the Backrooms together. So I wonder how this one is different. New levels, game modes, keep the community rewarded. Interesting. Let me look at the trailer. Be careful. Don't make a sound. I'm very interested because I don't see. I mean, there's that creature, but oh, okay. I was just interested because like I didn't see any creatures, which is understandable. The Backrooms is meant to be like a liminal space. I was just curious what kind of creatures they had without. I didn't want to spoil myself too much, but very interested. Like what our objectives are. Alright, this goes in the background. Come on, Eileen. Little guys going to the back room, my favorite. Video editing. Oh, it's stream. And this replaces last week's. Yep. Save. Okay. I'll just post this. And then I have those in that full file, so I don't need those. I will need that logo. Wait, I have that logo. Don't need this. Oh my god, I would like to see the baby. Do 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 do. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. What is this audio? Is this good? Would this be good for? It's a bit more bassy than I would presume for a video, but I think that could be okay. Oh, I was gonna post this right. Whoa, that's the wrong file. Whoops. What's this one? Hearing, I'd like to see that remind me of the new follower alert I have set up as Obi-Wan saying, hello there. I like that one. Beezy has one, I think, like that, and I like it a lot. It's like her Jersey Devil character waving, like she animated it waving, and then you hear hello there. And I like that one a lot. I get stuff of this. Did you know? It's cute. Yeah, I hold Rick and Morty cereal. I don't want to buy it. I just want an image of it. There we go. I just want like a PNG of it though. Transparent. Perfect. Is it? Is this different? Oh, this is what it looks like. Pog. Please. Ah, it's a WebP, you son of a bitch. There you go. Oh, that's Superstition by Stevie Wonders. Oh shit. I think I need that butt from Canva again. I need a better, like, butt graphic. I mean, I could just use a stock image of a butt. Yeah. Page download, okay. Did you know that this is a butt? This needs to go in here, save. Are the same. Same image, GIF. And then, yep, it's due to the sphincter muscle, which is a ring muscle diagram. I wonder if I could do like a pupillary sphincter muscle diagram. I kind of just want to draw. I think I just have to draw my own. I think I have to go to MS Paint and draw my own and just label it that way. So it is a long, it's a tube, which is a ring of muscle. So it's like a ring of muscle, which is surrounding to serve. Hold on. General? Simple. What about simple? What did I say? Yep, introduce the sphincter muscle, which is a ring of muscle surrounding and serving to guard or close an opening or a tube. So what I really need is a tube. Yeah, you like that? I did. That was very funny. I did not expect you to match my freak Noxia, but you did, and I can't be mad. What the fuck? This is cool. Oops, sorry. Look, it's like a weird thing. This weird thing. I like it. I don't know what it is, but I like it. Oop. What are you doing? Perfect copy, man. Don't worry about it. I mean, I'm trying to make a diagram. I'm trying to make a diagram for a sphincter muscle. That's what I'm doing. Not doing anything illegal, I promise. 1K texture. Okay. So we have to draw sphincter muscles, because. But what if you match my freak and I'm matching yours? And who's obviously my large peanut. Obviously. 10. All right. So like. Do I want to do a screen recording of me talking about this? Let's do the sphincter muscle, which is a ring of muscles surrounding and serving to guard or close an opening or tube. I can sense that you're starting to piece it together. Yeah, I guess I could do like things missing, and then okay, hold on. I think I know how I'm gonna do this. All these videos will be accompanied by a drawing that I do. Okay, so it's a sphincter muscle. I have to like, and then bupe, and then bupe, and then we take the node tool and we take all of these. Oh, we take all of these. Fuck. Okay. Node tool. Oh, fuck. And then I just take it and I just go like this. Oh. That did not work the way I wanted it to. Fuck. Okay, hold on. Let me do a new recording. Start. Don't think it's... Alright. So we're gonna do like a... this, and then like this. And then it's gonna be like this. And then like this. I'm gonna take all of it. Oops. I'm gonna take the node tool. We're gonna take this. We're gonna do this. And then we're gonna do... Actually, I think I have to do like this. And then I have to do this. And then I can take all these and then go whoop, or whoop. Maybe. I don't actually know if I'm going to use that, but you know, it's an idea. Videos, screen recordings. This one. Back to this, or we'll just take I just want a diagram of a sphincter. Yeah, this one works. That one works. Okay. I can sense that you're starting to piece together. Knowledge gift. And then, well, one can say it's more controlled. Our eyes have what's known as the pupillary sphincter. I need a video of eyes dilating. YouTube. Eye reacting to light. I am going to blur my screen just in case. Just in case. I'm gonna say the noises at the end of the song are kind of weird. Video editing. Did you know? Video. Start function. Close. No. Okay. Whereas the butt has its own sphincter muscle that controls how much poop you're letting out of your body. Yeah. So now you know when your eyes strain due to the sun. I think I need an image of a sun. Sun. Yeah, cool. And then covering eyes. What you want? How do I see like my favorite graphics? I have graphics that I've favorited. Thank you for the song request. Sorry. Eyes. Oh damn, that's a way better eye image than. Oh, this is perfect. I found the perfect one. This one. Shielding eyes. Shielding man. I think I have the one I'm thinking about, actually, the image that I'm looking for. Yep, I do. So it'd be this one, then this one, and then we could take this one. I don't know what the fuck this one's about, I'm gonna be honest. A man with jaundice. He has jaundice, that's why he's like this. He's because he has jaundice. Okay. Oh, you can't change the color of your shirt. That's cool. I want it to be like a little blue though. Yeah. That's crazy. His liver is failing. His liver. Die. Okay. Okay, and then I have the video of the eyeball, which is. Oh my god. Dilation. Oh, which is an MKV, which should be fine. Okay. Alright, I think we're good. Prepping all of our videos, which I'm very proud about, because it's only like 7. Yeah. Which means we can record stuff now. Little bugs are small. Their role in the ecosystem is important. Whoa, we have a new grasshopper! It's a tiger beetle trig. That's cool. Ooh, this song hitting. This song hitting. I don't want to sell this guy. We have $11. So now if I buy and then buy the limit. There you go. My old group, no skips. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hold on. I'll turn off the game noise so it doesn't interrupt us. Is that everything? Is that everything? Just triple checking in my brain that is everything that I need to do. I think so. So I just need to record stuff, which means I have to change my setup. Which is fine. I've seen them live once, only concert I've ever been to, and it was amazing. I fucking bet it was. I bet that shit was fire. The lighting effects, ooh. I bet they were the shit. My neck hurts. I'm gonna stretch for a second. Okay. All right. Trying to think. There's one thing I need to set up today, but I think I'll do that after stream. Their main vocal is Jongho, and his range is insane. I could feel him through my feet when I hit. Oh, that's fire, actually. That's really cool. That's cool. Dungeons and Dragons. I'm just gonna put Pato right there. Pato. That stays. This can go in Pato's folder. Downloads, Brunson. That's a font. I don't know if this is gonna break. It might break something. Let's just... I don't have a wallpaper folder in here. I think I moved it. That's why. There you go. Wrong one. This one. Downloads. This one. Close. Okay. How is our computer doing? What is taking up the most GPU? I might have to close. No, because I might actually have to close this game. That's fine. Exit game. Confirm. I just don't want to bug out my computer while I'm doing this. Launch anyway. Bye bye bugs. Bye bye bugs. Bye bye bugs. Hello, duplicate of OBS recording studio. Okay. Alrighty. I think I'm gonna record. I think I want to record Did You Know first, just because I've been on that one. I don't have a thing for it, so I think I'm gonna just duplicate our tips. Yeah. Okay, quiet on set. Luckily, we can keep playing the music. The music won't get recorded on set. So we did you know? Did you know template? I didn't mean to save that as a copy. We'll just reopen this one. Keep vibing on set heard. Hell yeah. Alright. Oops. Okay. Close, and then we're gonna go here. And then we're gonna go here. Okay, so okay, and then we gotta do like a very big exaggerated, like, did you know? And then edit it together, because I think that part needs to be edited before I do anything else. So yeah. Okay. Did you know? Or did you know don't lag. Did you know? Did you know? Did you know? Okay, that should be enough. Okay. Stuff clean. If I like index. On with my index. Pinhead. Did you know this would be the intro? Intro. Okay, so we got this section. I could also just record the audio and then do the movements, I guess. Okay. So I feel like my brain is like connecting. Perfect copy, man. I wish you the most wonderfulest of days, and I'm so happy that you stopped by to check in and see what I'm doing. And I hope that whatever you're trying to achieve in life, that it's gonna go uber great and you're gonna exceed your expectations. Thank you for the wish you well, Redeem. Days. All right, so like. I think audio wise I'll keep the first one because I realize I don't have to have them like the audio be different, so it's like okay, so it's like I don't know how this would work, so like did I kind of like how I do the no on this one. Turn that one. And then if I did that, did you know? Like, I almost maybe want to elongate it to be like, did you know? Like, I'm like thinking, my brain cells be working. Hi, Quets. Hi, Quets. Okay, so if I did. Okay, which one do I like did? Get that movement. Yeah. Okay, so if I copied and pasted, like, let's say the position of this. But, like, let's say, instead it starts here. And then on the next second, it's like that. I dry just like the tears you never show. Would you dare? Because this could work. And then where's the U? Did what? Hmm. Actually, let's just make this one. And then okay, hold on. I want to re-record this. Okay. Did you you oh, I don't like how that's doing that. You no. Okay. Let's try that instead. This is intro take 2. And then we don't clip this together. Instead, we do okay, so it's like and then this one goes here. So it'd be like did you okay, so it'd be like did and then you oops. Wait, no, I want this to be in the center. Did oops. Change the speed, please. 150. This is hard. What the fuck? Why? This is like 10 times harder than I thought it would be. Here, my mouth has to be open. Hmm. Maybe. Did you know? 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 It's such a short sentence. Did you? Intro voice. That's the longest variance. That one's shorter. This one. That one's also shorter. That one was shorter. Let's say I just did that, right? And it's like, okay, hold on. Let's just try this, I guess. This weed. What's that you call me weed? Let's do Zoom. Sometimes I do drugs. Not I want. So I'd say it was like this. I don't know how I feel about it, chat. I do like the last Did You Know better. I do like this section the most, I think. So, alternatively, maybe I could try. Bonkers, bonkers, bonkers. For why? That's not really what I want to do, but it's okay. It kind of gets the point across. Idea is happening. Okay. Okay, brain is braining. Alright, alternate idea. Oh, hi, baby. I didn't know my cat was sitting on my PC. Ow. I love you. Okay. I have an idea. Change speed to 75. It's a bit long for an intro, I feel like. Let's go in the beginning. It's 2 seconds. I think 2 seconds will be okay. The only thing on tonight. I'll say these things. So it would be did ends here. Then you and then no. What happened there? Oops. What the fuck? Oh. Okay. So brain is brainy. Okay, so. Okay. Did you know? Did you know? Kind of like that. Do it to you. Let me do you like oh. Oh, last one was good. Like that. Or did you did you and then no. So the last one would be cut in, I think is the plan. So not that one. This one, let's try this one. But don't link the audio. Okay, so it would be okay, so it's like right there. Okay. So let's copy and paste this. We'll unlink these clips, remove this, and then it's like right. Need you, and then copy these guys, paste them over here. Ooh, slightly off. Interesting. And then this one would go here. That's not the worst. I would cut this though. So it would be more like this and then $19. So it would be position, zoom, rotation angle, apply. And I go like this. And then scoot it. Maybe this one can have the same zoom. Be like this. And then go here, and then we are zooming in to my face. And then cropping that down. Yeah, I think I kind of like that. Link clips. Putting this in the beginning. Yeah, and then I guess I would go with the rest of that from there. I guess. Be honest, I don't know. I guess I'll have to record the script and find out. Okay. Your eye holes and butthole are the same. Your eye holes and butthole are the same. Yup, due to the sphincter muscle, which is a ring of muscle surrounding your Yup, it's due to the sphincter muscle, which is a ring of muscle surrounding and serving to guard or close an opening or tube. I can sense that you're starting to piece it together. While one could say it's more controlled, our eyes have what's known as a pupillary sphincter, which controls how much light is reflected through your eye. Whereas a butt has its own sphincter muscle that controls how much poop you let out of your body. So now you know when your eyes strain due to the sun, you can always say, "Ah, my eyes are puckering." I almost clicked stop streaming because I usually record on my streaming screen. Okay, so we only used the last one and then intro. Thank you for the cheek pep, Rainer. Intro action. Relink. Okay. The time moves. There you go. Okay, now hopefully. Oh, I should do subtitles with those. Actually, that would be a good idea. Yeah. And then unlink the clips. This is the backdrop. It'd be on like here. Link clips. Hi, Zoe. And then this would be 0.73 negative 0.9 CX. I think that would be good. Yeah, okay. And then let's make snap captions text. This one, like this one, be like did. Oh my god. Settings. Let me get lower. Text. Make it bigger. I just want to make it lower even. And then, oops. And then you. You know. And then you needs to be a special color. Okay, and then actually I kind of want to do wiggle text. No. And then do it in my handwriting. Then do shading. 3, turn off. 4. This one. It's that first blue. Position apply. Yes, looking glamorous, GVS, polyamorous, wine and women and. I think that's not so bad. Save. So like this section is the introductory section, so this and this would be linked together. Save. And then let's see if I want to add what that music that I have, because it's a bit more upbeat than what I was thinking for this series, but it's kind of fun. Let's do 20. I kind of want to start it here. Still so loud though. Let's do I don't know, like I think it's supposed to be like there. That's not so bad. Alright, now we got to delete the track. Maybe I might change it, but because it's like a fast-paced like bass. Maybe it'll work. Okay. Alrighty. Oh. Alright. Your eye holes are the same as your eye holes and your butthole are the same. Yup, it's due to the sphincter. I just realized I already recorded this. God damn it. Let's see how it looks though. Zoom position apply. It's gonna go up. Leave a head pixels. Clips. Is this audio level the same? It is, so it needs to be up by 5. See if I can. Okay, so I don't know if I'm gonna keep that yup. That yup seems so abrupt. I won't keep that yup. I don't like how I recorded that. I'm gonna redo it. Okay. Your eye holes and did you know your eye holes and your butthole are the same? Yep. It's due to the sphincter muscle, which is a ring of muscle surrounding and serving to guard or close an opening or tube. I can sense that you're starting to piece it together. While one could say it's more controlled, our eyes have what's known as a pupillary sphincter, which controls how much light is reflected through your eye. Whereas the butt has its own sphincter muscle that controls how much poop you let out of your body. So now that you know, So now you know when your eyes strain due to the sun, you can say, ah, my eyes are puckering. Okay. Yumi. I burped. I don't know what to say. I need those. Ah! I have been yeeted into the fifth dimension. It's so dark and cold. Have I been yeeted for my burps? How could it be? They were hardly blasphemous, if not even barely audible. Hey. Hey. I'm back. For that copy pasta? Yeah. Yippee. Ooh, why is this louder? I'm gonna do this. Wait till I take this down like 5. Boop, boop. Now you're... Is it right here? Oh, what the fuck? Where did I set that? I didn't count how many space. Let's see, I think that goes there, and then this goes there, and this goes over here. It goes over there. Oh. Position scale. So like if I did it, if I scooted these now. I think I want, oh shit. God damn it. I don't think I can copy just one, can I? Nope. Apply. Save. I think that's okay. A lot of it I think will come down to the edit itself. Alright, hopefully that goes good. And if it doesn't, well. Alrighty, I didn't mean to close DaVinci. I need it for other things. Okay. One done. Do V highlight. Okay. Let's just do this one and no glasses. Geno 1, Geno template. Let's see, where is... Put that in there for now. V-highlight, yep, okay. File, save project as, save. This one, okay. This adorable and ever comfy freelance artist is here to make all of your art dreams come true. From full VTuber models, moving PNG tubers, and even lively illustration, May's got a bountiful talent for it all. So much so that they even have multiple affordable customizable models out now. That's right, whether your soul is kindred more to a silly goober, femme presenting, or even male presenting, they've got all the boxes checked. So, if you're looking for the next comfiest and coziest artist in the VTuber community, be sure to check out May on all their socials. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. Some hydrating water. Alright, shove that up there. Highlight. Oh, I know what I want to do. I was like, what do I want to do if I get this all done? I know what I fucking want to do. I want to texture some assets. That's what I want to do. Oh my god. Ugh. Did you bonk me? Why'd you bonk me? Why have I been bonked? Hey, the bonkies. What? I just realized I keep turning my neck in a way that, like, it's very repetitive. I don't know how to feel about it. Okay, so I would start from so much so. Oh, my brain cell, no! My brain! Oh, I have no brain left! Thank you for the G-Pad. Alright, let's try to record this again. So much so that they even... Okay, wait, no. So much so that they even have multiple affordable customizable models out now. That's right, whether your soul is kindred to a silly goober, femme presenting, or even male presenting, they got all the boxes checked. So if you're looking for the next comfy and coziest of artists in the VTuber community, be sure to check out May on all their socials. I think that was good. I tried staying still to see if the voice activation would work better with that, to be honest. It might have. I think about my head. Thank you for waiting to bong me until after I was done recording. I can't handle more damage. You're going to affect my intelligence stat. And I already have a negative, please. Ugh, okay, hold on. I want to re-record this one more time. You know what? Are you using the right microphone? Okay, you are. That was the problem! Oh, I fucked up, chat. Oh, why didn't... Oh, Okay, I have to re-record the whole script. I have to re-record... I didn't realize my microphone was turned up. Ah, I fucked up. Oh, no wonder it sounded weird. Ah. Okay, you know what I should be doing? I really should be doing this. Okay. 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 This adorable and ever comfy freelance artist is here to make all your dreams come true. This adorable and comfy freelance artist is here to make all of your art dreams come true. From full VTuber model, moving PNG tubers, and even lively illustrations, May's got a bountiful talent for it all. I can't do it this way. Hi, Candy! Hold on, I got you. 2 poots for 1? You got it, bud. Because you're the first to redeem that one. That's the Chewbacca one! That was the Chewbacca one! Nice. Got the Chewbacca one. Hi. Alright, let's try to re-record this. This adorable and ever comfy freelance artist is here to make all your art dreams come true. From full body VTuber models, PNG moving tubers, moving PNG tubers, and even lively illustrations, May's got bountiful talent for it all. So much so that they even have multiple affordable customizable models out now. That's right, whether your soul is kindred to a silly goober, femme presenting, or even male, they've got you. I need to read this slower, I think. This adorable and ever comfy freelance artist is here to make all your art dreams come true. From full VTuber models, moving PNG tubers, and even lively illustration, May's got bountiful talent for it all. So much so that they even have multiple affordable models out now. That's right, whether your soul is kindred to a silly Google, femme presenting, or even male presenting, they've got all the boxes checked. So if you're looking for the next comfiest and coziest of artists in the VTuber community, be sure to check out May on their socials. There you go. I looked over too soon and then I was like, ooh, that's not gonna look good. That's not gonna look good, and then I'll be sad. Like, ooh. What the heck? What the hell? Yeah? Okay, there we go. Okay, I actually kind of want to listen to the other version of this. There you go. Thank you. Hi. Thank you for the headbeds. Hi, Kiwi. How you doing? How was work today? I have missed thee. Focal stem. Oh, you got it. You got the 2-for-1 today. The 2-for-1. I should write that in the thing. Like, if you're the first to do it, you get a 2-for-1.
No, this is Patrick.
No, this is Patrick.
Croissant.
Croissant. I just woke up from a sick nap. Are you okay? Do you have a cold? Why? No! Hi, Moira. Hi. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I just don't pay attention to her. She just kind of doesn't do anything on the shelf, so I'm just not gonna pay attention to her. Thank you for the like, Mew. Hey. No. No. Get the fuck off of there. Get the fuck off of there. I gotta stick ya. Don't worry, it's just the beginning of being sick, so I'm trying to get ahead of it. Good. Drink plenty of juice. Get. No, you're getting off the entire desk. Get. You need something to play with? Here. You want to play with the stick? Sticky time? Somebody that I used to... Okay. I gotta fix my posture and my chair. But yeah, get plenty of vitamins in you, Kiwi. I don't want you being sickies. Sickies. Also... Oh, it does. I wonder why that is. Huh. Moments chat showing wrong email. Oh, what are you doing back there? What are you doing back there? Maybe I have to refresh the browser source. Refresh. Co-salute. Moira, what are you doing? What are you doing? What you doing? What are you doing? What you doing? I'm trying to figure out a problem. Are you trying to attack Mr. Smalls? That's fucked up. I wonder why that is. I don't know why that is. To be honest. Maybe it'll fix itself, hopefully. Fingers crossed. Pinkies crossed. And again and again. Oh, it's this one. Okay, how's this look? I don't like that part. It's hurting. I think don't go out of bed. No. So much so that they even have multiple affordable customizable models out now. I love her. I love.
Okay, I like it, Picasso.
I don't like that either. So much so that they even have multiple affordable customizable models out now. Say what again and again. I love her. I love. That's a lot better. Cool. Okay, that should be good. Alright, time to do Plib's thing. Oh, hello, Moira. That was our favorite froggy from space. The amazing Plibit. That was our favorite froggy from space. Yup, the amazing Plibit has recruited us to their space frog fleet as long as we don't hold a mutiny at any point. Plib is a variety streamer who plays a ton of different games from Nancy Drew, Sims games, and even the new Oblivion remake. Plib's vibes are extremely entertaining, sweet, and super welcoming, and they stream on Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. So catch them over on Twitch to be sure that you don't miss out on any of the So catch them over on Twitch to make sure that you don't miss out on any of their hilarious moments together. This Space Froggies model was created, art and rig by Misu Purple Neko. What are you doing? One time my cat wants to hang out with me is to wreak havoc. Havoc, I say, havoc! Okay, bye. Project as... Amazing Plib, save. 2. Yeah, remove all the other excess ones. Oh, my brain. Clips. I think it should go up one more. And clips. This is my last block. I need to go by. Thank you for the blockers. Have a wonderful night or day. Oh, I didn't export the plib thing. So I gotta scoot this one. And then I think it's over here. Yes, ma'am. That would be indeed correct. And then there, and then here. Nice. And then I need to reopen Affinity because I don't think I did one. No, yeah, I didn't. Boo, 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 boo. Nameplate. Export. Nameplate. Ooh, I also don't think I downloaded the other thing that I need, V-Stars, which is Misu's Twitter image. Video editing is from of a revolution, turning on the shake. Winds at its own surface. -1.6. I'm just gonna scoot this over because there's a clip in the beginning. Alright, roll for fun time. Where is the template? And then roll for fun, Bugtopia, file, project as, Bugtopia, save. Do it like that. Yeah. Being stuck inside all day sure sucks. I wish I could go out and learn. Wait. I hear we're getting squigs. We are getting squigs. They're pretty much ready. I just need to prime and do base color, and then we'll be ready for Thursday. I have to angle my camera too, but that's besides the point. I'll figure that out later. Yeah, I hope you're excited. I have 3 squigs lined up for us to paint. Being stuck inside all day sure sucks. I wish I could go out and learn and grow bugs and snails and more. Luckily, Bugtopia has come to save us from the dull humdrum from your boring workdays. With 300 plus lifelike bugs to collect and grow, breed them to unlock rare species. Customize your terrarium with 300 plus landscaping items and 70 plus backgrounds. A tiny soothing nature escape on your screen. This game even has a Pomodoro timer to make sure you're setting healthy habits for yourself while getting that bread. I got to try out this game and its demo thanks to the devs and Key Miller, and it was loads of fun. I got addicted to knowing how my bugs would grow and really wanted to give them the prettiest terrarium I could. If you'd like to check this game out for yourself, it's currently out on Steam with a 10% discount. What color will your squigs be? I'm very torn between cottagecore squigs, like making them very earthy toned, or making them Slanesh colors, so like purpley, goldy kind. I don't really know yet. Maybe I'll make one of each. Maybe I'll make one a Slanesh one, one a cottagecore one, and then one a I don't know, something else. Paint each squig a different color. That could be fun. Eh. Yeah. What about Chaos Squigs, Nurgle, Slanesh, Corn, and Zeech? That's not bad. I only have 3 prepared though. To be fair, I only prepared 3 of them. So I don't know how long 3 of them are gonna take me. And it'll be after my work day. But I'm not mad about it. Let me look at their colors. Pride Squigs. Pride Squigs. But oh guys, I only have 3 prepared. I'm not doing a full like 7-hour stream. I'm gonna paint 3 of them. Because I'm a perfectionist and 3 is probably gonna take me like 5 hours. Okay, Slanesh, Corn. Corn colors. Pride Squigs are a great idea. Okay. Okay, what if we did a Nurgle Squig, a Slanesh Squig? We can prepare. I don't want to pay that many. I don't even know how many I have. Hold on. How many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How many colors are there in the rainbow? Ew. What the fuck? Wait, I have one that has like a bunch of teeth. What if I made Slanesh Squigs and Pride Squigs are a great overlap? You think so? Honestly, yeah. You know what? Okay, we have 3 squigs. I will do a Slanesh Squig. I will do a Nurgle Squig, and then I will do a Pride Squig. And what I'll do is one has like a lot of teeth, so I'll just paint each of its teeth a different color. And then I'll do something with the body that is respective of the Pride stuff. You could paint the color stripes on the squigs. I could. Now, I need everyone to understand this is my first time painting squigs. I really wish I had this squig, though. I love this squig. The big one. Big one's cool. I just want the squig. This is my first time painting a mini, so I have patience. Had racing stripes. That'd be kind of fun. This is what I was thinking when I think of Pride squigs. They're like solid colors. I like these ones. These ones purple. Skittle fire squigs. Have people done Pride squigs before? Yeah, they do them like this. Based on the flags. That's cool. Actually, this is a really nice paint job. Okay, I have an idea. Solid color, boring, yeah. But, like, I'm a baby, so you have to be nice to me. Clown collab? Are they clowns? Oh, they are clowns. Okay, so I think my plan is, for one of them, I don't know which one, I'll make its teeth different colors, and I think it'll have spikes. Maybe. And if it has spikes, we'll paint those a different color. But I don't know what color the body will be. Let's see. Pride Warhammer. What base color do they use for a lot of these? So I like the rainbow ones. That's really cool, though. This one's green. Has like the Space Marine suit, and then they have like the banner. I'm guessing hand brushing. Yeah, the base color will be like Pixels is gonna help me, and he's gonna use his airbrush just to get the base color down, and then I'm gonna do everything else trial and error. So we'll probably start with like the Nurgle one or something. Because if I fuck that one up, it doesn't matter, you know? Like, he's meant to be imperfect. And then we'll probably do the Slanesh one. And then we'll probably do the Pride one. Ooh. Ooh, what if I did this? Actually, I changed my mind. Teeth will be white. The body will have a gradient. Okay. Let me write that down. I was going to forget. Where's my PRF? Zenithial priming? What does that mean? What is this? What is zenithial priming? Zenithial priming? I don't think so. I think we're just gonna do like, I don't know. I don't know, dog. I'm blind as a bat, and I'm just Pixel said he's gonna prime it, and I'm gonna have to airbrush. He's gonna airbrush a color onto it, and then we're going from there. Zenithal. Okay, well, Zenithal. What is zenithal? Zenithal priming is a painting technique where darker primer is applied to a miniature followed by a lighter. Oh, yeah, I don't think we're gonna do that. They're so tiny. They're so tiny. The squigs are so tiny. I don't think that detail will come across. Yeah, I don't know if that detail will come across. The zenith. That, I still don't know what zenith means. I don't know what zenith means. Okay, art to do. It's going to be, I'll just put it in here. Squig Nurgle. Squig Slanesh. Squig Pride. White teeth. Rainbow body. That's gonna be hard. Probably gonna do the wet brushing techniques to do that. I don't know. I say that. I know the words. No, I know some of the words for the techniques that I will want to use, but I have never used them. So we'll see how that goes. That's okay. You don't need to think. That's why I'm doing that part. Yippee! Good Lord. What paint are you using? Whatever Pixel has. I think he has multiple brands. I know for a fact he's like what are they called, the Citadel ones? Yeah, Citadel colors. I don't know if it'll let me use these ones though. Or I'll just use acrylic paint. I think I should just use acrylic paint. I think I should just use acrylic paint. I think I should fuck around and find out and see why these paints are so much better than just using store-bought acrylic paint. You know? No? Okay. Alright. Sorry. Sorry, my bad. My bad. And then if this all goes wrong, I will paint a Minecraft flower. Which is just me putting gluing blocks together and painting them. So, yeah. If all goes wrong, I'll do that. I don't think it'll all go wrong. I have a whole fucking area of unused paints that need help. Okay, it's fine. As long as you're okay with me using them. I keep you up, I keep you up. Oh god, the OBS application being used. Plugins. New romance. Mister. I don't want to just keep this part. Yeah. If you would workshop, I remember spraying a layer of Tester's Dull Coat after you're finished. Workshop paints are kind of glossy and I don't like it. Ooh. That's valid. Listen to that, Pixels. You hear that, Pixels? A wildly random mix of traditional GW color, various Vallejo and AP, a very too conscious house, and a bunch of inks and technical shit. Yep. Sounds accurate. I like it. It's good. It's good. I did that good. Now I gotta be squisho mode. Squisho mode for Vibe and Shine. I'll finally paint some of my D&D minis while you paint. Yeah, wall paint. Wall paint together. Together. Yeah, cause I think I will today. I'm going to edit club clips together, so that way we only have. I don't know. Let me look at it. Cause it'll be Tuesday. Tuesday I'll do. Do I want to do more today? It's already 8. I don't know. That is a good question. This one. We also are going to do Cult of the Lamb. Did you know? What the hell is got the blue? Actually, we could do the skit. So we're doing it at 5, right? 5. So I'd have 3 hours? Yeah, I could do the skit in 3 hours. Yeah, and then I just have to do V-stars and then roll for fun, which are easier on Thursday, and then we paint minis. Yeah, okay. Okie dokie, bros. We're all figured out. Alright, I just gotta record this video. Reset. Recording. Okay. Okay. This one. Oh, yeah. Take a picture of your Stinko boys. Vibe and Shine. Okay, so that. Showing off this week is this TikTok user that crafted this beautiful piece of art and showing off this week is this TikTok user that crafted this beautiful piece of art from art. Showing off this week is this TikTok user that crafted this beautiful piece of art from wood. They even have magnetized kitty parts, which I find super duper adorable. And look at that! This baby can hold so many dice! I want one for all my dice hoards. We also have this adorable kid using their entire brain to make this amazing soccer trick shot. Like, holy cow, if I could connect the dots that well when I was young, I think I'd be a genius at this point. Then last on our stop, we're at hydration station as this little kitty drinks from water in the funniest of ways. I know. As this little kitty drinks the water in the most fun of ways. I know because I tried it and it's awesome. So be sure to stay hydrated as we roll into the summer times. You should put together a Warhammer. I think she has all of them already. Just need to put them together. Also, Elaine is the owner of playlist. I just listen to the vibes. I mean, you have access to my Spotify. I could make a Warhammer playlist. I do that right now. Yeah, because I think that would be fine. Yeah, I just gotta hold on. I'll make one right now. Hold on. I actually memed about that yesterday. I'm choking on air again. I'm gonna play for you. Create playlist. Warhammer time. I break it every time I try when you were streaming. What does that mean? Have you tried? Sportify. Other playlist. Warhammer time. To service to die. This whole playlist. What is this one? Why do I? Wait, it's in here twice. This playlist. Okay. Stream. So silly boy, I've broken your Spotify twice while you were streaming. Now I don't want to break it again. I think you're being silly. I think it's okay. The only thing is, like, you just can't listen on 2 devices at the same time. That's all. And then it's in my liked playlist now. Where is it? The flesh is weak. Embrace the rot. And then do they have? Yeah, everything else is different. Yeah, this would be my Warhammer playlist. Yoo-hoo. Oh my god, I'm stripping. Okay. I'm justified ripping someone's head off. Okay. It's in my face. Yeah, I guess. I caught up to Black Mirror last night. Season 7 Season 7 felt more down to earth than most. Maybe it's because Earth is becoming more dystopian. Maybe. Right now I'm dangerous. Oh. Download serotonin. Pick some animals. There you go. Save project as. I think it's 30, isn't it? 23. Wow. What is 30? One of these is 30, isn't it? Oh, it's the roll for one. Okay. Tonight. Give me something to break. Give me something to break. Vibe and shine. And clips. Position. I'm gonna presume that I didn't start speaking good until over there. Okay. I'll say there was an episode where a woman got brain surgery and there was a subscription service that kept her. That's crazy! What the fuck? What the fuck? I know there's one. I think there's one for like sleep. I'm interested in the sleep one. I had to subscribe to sleep. I get the TV service. And then we scoot it on over. A lot of big name celebrities and seasons. Yeah, I did see that as well. Do you think that maybe that like they'll have more seasons after this, or do you think it's their magnum opus that they have the celebrities now? Whoa! Yo, that's kind of sick. Yo, look at them. Yo, I like how you did like the little the intestinal areas. That's cool. I like the type of green you used. That's like my favorite kind of green. I like it. I like it. Devouring, I hope you don't expect. I like the pustules as well, right? And then oh, you can't see it because I'm not. But there's like little pus looking things on it. It's cool. Like the Jonah episode. I think you'd like the Jonah episode. Yeah, I saw a clip of that one where it's like she watches a TV show about herself, but I didn't. That's all I know about it. But yeah, no, I like Black Mirror. Black Mirror is cool. They're sweet. I know it's 3 different greens. I like it. I like it. It looks good. Looks fucking sick. God damn. I hope you're not devouring. Can I just have the consent that you're not expecting a lot from me with these minis? Like, you know, like I'm just a guy. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. I'm not gonna be able to make things that less cool as you are because, you know, this is my first time making minis, right? Right? You're not expecting a lot from me, right? 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 You're not expecting me to be perfect? You're expecting me to be entertaining? Because I don't know how to paint? Because this is the first time I'm painting something? Baby gamers, it's going to be awesome. Okay. Okay. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. I was... Okay. I see. Hello! Hello! Welcome, man. Very informative. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. There's a little guy. There's a little guy doing little things. I'm always a little guy. No matter what form I'm in, I'm always a little guy. Alright, we finished that. We finished this. Wow. Now, technically, when I go to bed, I can just go to bed. This is a great feeling, guys. It's actually really good. I like recording on stream. I think we'll do that more often. What do I want to do now? Everything else, like, I've set everything else up, I think. Everything all good. Might play a little game. A game or something. A game or something. I don't want to mess around in Bugtopia a bit more. I also realized I never changed my thing for this to Bugtopia. So we're gonna mess around in Bugtopia a little bit. The most important lesson I learned as an art teacher is that the most common people quit is because other people tell them that they did bad. That's valid. It's funny because I'm looking into Trello or Notion to plan stuff right now. Yeah, that's what I do. I do it very simply. Is like I have labels for the status. What's talking to me? Is it this? When you're not around, your bugs earn $3. Oh, even when the game's closed. Cool. Yeah. So and then like I'll like move them if they're ready to be posted. If they're ready to be posted, I put them here. If they're still in work in progress, I put them here. And then my archive is just this. I haven't painted anything in over 10 years, so I hope mine at least don't look messy. I think, but messy is a look. Messy is a good look, depending. Like, if you know, you wanted some fucked up Nurgle guys, you know? Or if you wanted some horror beings. So I never tell people their work is bad. That's nice. That's very nice. You could. You could. You could if you wanted to. You could if you wanted to. Alright. Let's fuck around in Bugtopia. Look at my little bugs. I sell my bugs. I sell my bugs. Sell this guy. I don't know if I want to sell these guys, though. Notion is a great planner in my experience. Notion is a good planner. Yeah, it is a good planner. I think the only thing I don't like about Notion, because I worked with Notion a lot, and I don't even know if I still have my Notion on here. I do. Is that page sizing is weird and funky. It's really good for writing if you're just I think it's better for non-visual things. Or like for example, like this, I have free-form charts, and they're just kind of all over the place, and like, not all over the place, but they're more structured. Whereas Notion is better if it's like a more advanced Google Doc, I feel like, a lot of the times. But it does have effects like Trello does, which is cool. Say, wait a minute, do we have this? If I sell them, I'll have $26. If I have $26, I can buy a tortoise beetle larva, and I can feed the tortoise beaver larva until he becomes an adult. Become an adult. Grow! Grow, my bean! Grow! Grow, little guy, grow! Ew! 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 I'm covering him in food. Ew! It's like a weird little larva. Ew! 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 What's $2.16? Whoa! A bagworm moth larva? That's crazy. That's 234. I want a baby isopod though. I want a baby isopod. Colorless insect. Pupil insect. These guys sold pretty good. Lack of funds. Well, they're $6. God dang it. How long until you grow up? Grow up. Grow up. I want you to grow. Whoa. 2 stars tortoise beetle? Whoa. He got a lot of income daily. Whoa, he's generating us good muns. He said he's generating us good money. Okay, well, he might be a little gross, but I think that's alright. Can we buy another one? Can we buy another one? No, we need $24. Shit. But if you sell them. So selling... I'm going to buy them. I'm trying to figure out what I want to buy. Let me buy one of these. I want to buy one of these and like see. This is 5 cents. He was 5 cents. How much for selling them? How much to sell them? Are you lucrative? Are you lucrative? Sell value 25 cents. You were 15 cents. You were 15 cents. That's another 10 cent. It's a 10 cent value. 10 cent value? Okay. It's not bad. Buy limit. Feed all the pupil snails. Feed them all. Eat up, my young ones. Eat up and grow big, especially you and you. You don't know why you're being all by yourself, but you need to eat good. Alright, now we go back to everybody. I want everybody to grow up big and strong. Big and strong. Yep, just like that. Yes, yes! My army arise! Yes, my babies grow. I think that's all the small ones. Oh, there was one more. Thank you. I'm leaning towards it for self-tracking and self-studying. Just learning how to use it right now since it's really new to me. What do you use for it? What do you use it for? I used to use it for game development planning and game documentation. It makes $202 a day, which is a lot. We sell. How much money we got? $3. That's a great, yeah. Game development planning and like planning in general is a very universal. Like if it works for one thing, it'll probably work for something else. To be fair, so yeah. Is that lucrative? I don't know if that was lucrative or not. I want to buy another one of these. Buy the limit. We'll just keep buying these. So it's, we just spent $1.36. So hopefully it'll pay off. Grow up big and strong, my snail babies, my pupins. Yes, yes. Feed. Feed. This reminds me of the Discord fucking clicker thing, to be honest. So the constant plus ones. I just want to make a pretty hole for my bugs. At least. It's so dark. Is there any other ones? Okay. So if we sell all. That was like $2. $2 and some? I think that was worth it. I think. Wait, I have to check. That's not what I have to check. I have to check how much these sell for, right? No, in this book. In this book. This one? It doesn't say how much they go for, like, price-wise. Which is unfortunate. So I wanted to know how much they went for. I feel like butterflies were pretty lucrative. Alright, let's see. 64 cents for one. I'll feed the shit out of them. So if this makes us back like $1 or like 40 cents, that's not bad. I feel like. Alright, and now we gotta wait for them. Because they'll grow. His value is 32 cents. Is that he's worth half because he's in pupa state. That's what I've got to be. This pretentious thing. It's all about you and me. I am imagining a dark lit place, or your place, or my place. 'Cause I'm not paralyzed, but I seem to be struck by you. Wanna make you move. He's happy. This guy's happy. Okay, now he's worth 87 cents. So it's like 20 some cents. 34 cents a day. But when they grow up, how much? I don't know, Chad. I don't know. Fuck it, buy the limit. Grow big. Grow big. Grow big, my babies. Right, how much do you make a day? Make $6.75. Value $2.53. So they also interesting. Am I like this one is a lot nicer in my opinion than Pomo Farm, and also they still have a Pomodoro timer and you can learn about bugs. There's a guide bug. Over 5 cents. But it's so sad in here. It's so sad in here and I don't like it. Maybe I just need a bigger terrarium. I think I want a bigger terrarium. I'm paralyzed, but I seem to make you move. There you go. All fed. All fed, my babies. What's this? Oh, this is the terrarium mode. Sorry. Wait, that's me. And then stock. I kind of wish like I had the full game because I really only have the demo. What does this do? Cell bug. Oh, that's a quickly cell bug. Okay. So how much are we making per second? We're making very minimal money per second, chat. Per second, chat. Okay, so like 5-minute break. 5-minute break. 30 minutes cycles 4. Let's try this. Once the Pomodoro is on, you cannot interact with the terrarium. Okay. So I can only interact with it when we're on break. Okay. I think I can accept that. I feel like I was selling too many things. Alright. Don't mean to go slow. Substance painter time. Substance painter time. Oh, it's a dragon. It's a dragon, champ. P5 There's a dragon. Every time essay come up. Hey, yo! Did you send it to me? You better have sent it to me. I forgot to save. I forgot to save the brush. Fuck, didn't I? Fuck, I think I did. Aw, nuts. Oh, man. Oh, man. I don't know where I put that. Textures, logos, here it is. Alpha, project, library, in your assets. Oh, I do have it. Oh, okay. Okay, I just gotta figure out the brush settings again. It was about the types of foreshadowing the show used, bro. I love Adventure Time. I love Adventure Time, bro. It's my shit. That's why I love Jake the dog so much. God damn it. Oh yeah. Pepper brush. Your tool preset. Okay, so in the world, due to the digital time, to the riches and back of my dragon. Alright, now how do I do it? I click on the properties menu. What? Brush preset. BLT brush. BLT brush. Okay. Where'd it go? I had favorites. Okay. Jump ship is a ton of fun. Jump ship? What's that? What is that, my friend? Tell me more. Tell me more, friend. I desire to know more. Alright, so this one. Oh, it just plugged in. What? Oh, it's because of the thing, this thing. I want that. I do want it in terms of this, though. Is this working? I can't tell. It is. Glorious day. A game I've been waiting for and they release the demos. It's Sea of Thieves in space. Ooh, that's very cool. That's very cool. I like it. Sounds poggers. So if I just have a question. It does. Okay. Create brush preset. LM. New rename. Chat brush. Add to favorites. Okay. Okay, cool. No breathing. Don't give a fuck if I cut my arm bleeding. Breathing. If I try to breathe. It's dynamite. I feel like the flow might be too strong in this. Stroke opacity, flow. I like something more like that. Alright. Nothing is fine. That's what I meant for this. Do for this. Okay. Lost my mother. From myself. Or from another. Ah. Time my head out. Have a lovely night, Lane. Have a good stream. Thank you. Sleep well when you do. Thank you for hanging out today, V. Nothing's alright. Nothing is fine. I'm running and I'm crying. Alright, where's the other pan? There it is. I'm crying. I can't go on this way. Life into pieces. Suffocation, no breathing, don't give a fuck. And I'm gonna be right. Midnight, chances are dynamite. I'm just gonna turn this off really quick. Because I just can't see with it on. Somebody would tell me I'm fine. And I'm not. Fine. I'm running and I'm gone. Oh, I forgot to call the doctors today. Fuck. Oh well, I'll call them tomorrow. I also want to change this stroke opacity. Like 48, yeah. living this way. Can you see in my eyes like wind leading you down into cold? Let me go so long. So why can't I do this one? What is the... Oh, it's because it's panel 1, that's why. Oh, okay. Honestly, this is... shading. You can just leave me. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, what's happening? Okay. Make me up inside, me up inside. My name from save me from. You're to run, but I come undone. Me from the nothing I've become. Let's see. There you go. I can see that better. So much without you. All this time, I can't believe I couldn't see. Thought for you would never find me. Anything 1,000 years it seems. Do everything. Make sure this is on UV. It's not. Wake me up and save me. And save me from that time. Actually, no, it's fine. Let this become dark. These edges. Kind of go back up into them so they're not so hard. Go. It's crazy that like Kiwi had this idea just offhandedly that like, oh, BLT, you should make a BLT brush, and now like it's one of the softest brushes I have, I think. I fucked up so bad. Vex, what's wrong? What's happening? What's the matter? What's going on? What's wrong? Are we murdering someone? I hear the studio wanted to add the rap because they thought the song wouldn't do well with just her voice. What? 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 I'm a star, I'm a star, we're shining wherever you are. I'm a star, I'm a star. I just ate so much undercooked pork. Oh god, do you have to go to the hospital? Are you gonna be okay? Do you need to go to the hospital? Isn't that bad for you? I think you need to go to the hospital. Don't you need to go to the hospital because of that? Did you get like salmonella and stuff? Or something? How did you eat so much undercooked pork? How does one eat that much undercooked pork?
I help mother the best.
You do, and you're like not here. What the fuck? Sorry, hold on. Let me go back to me. I tried to bring it back when I was doing stuff. Sorry. I'll re-redeem it. Tasty. There you go. History. Load.
I hope mother the best.
As long as it didn't have parasite, you could be okay. Damn, was it bacon? If it was bacon, you'll be fine. Really? You can be fine if it's undercooked bacon? Well, I guess so, yeah. Actually, yeah. But there's nothing they can do for me now. It's just a gamble of if I get sick or not. That's crazy, Vexed! A true gambler, my gosh. No, remind me never to bet against you. I feel like that would be a really bad idea. I'll be fine, probably. If you don't, you better give me updates. You better give me updates. I need to hear from you that every day for the next, like, 2 weeks. How you're doing. Otherwise, how the fuck am I gonna know that you didn't just keel over and die because you ate uncooked bacon? So I need the mini. Also looks like I'm doing nothing. Bacon is cured, so technically you can eat it without cooking some sausages that way, but not all of it. That makes sense. That makes sense, actually. It makes a lot of sense. Not that I would try it. I mean, maybe if I was in, like, a dire situation, but... the Italian dream, and I do it my way, I do it I like. Live the Italian dream, and it sets me free tonight. I'll tell you, if I start shitting my brains out, good. Good, I am here for you. If you start shitting your brains out, I will hold your hand outside the door. Let me see more. I'm back in your bed. Don't doubt my laziness. It leads me to eating untrue sugar food like a true gobbo. I mean, I eat scraps. To be fair, I eat scraps, so it's like I can't be that mad. But like, don't eat food that's not good for you. At the same time. Oops. At least it was musically. Hopefully it'll be fine. Yeah, hopefully. I'm sure you'll be okay. Yeah, a lot of uncooked food is yummy, like fish and beef. I don't think I've ever had uncooked fish. Or no, sorry, beef. But I can agree with you about the fish. Sushi's pretty pog. I keep shaking my face tracking. Oh, I turned my face tracking off. I wanna feel. Okay, let's do. Drink up in the kitchen sink. This is Vexed. This song is Vexed. Stop taking drink up in the kitchen sink. Wanna feel. I don't wanna feel. Uncooked bacon is good in my opinion. The pleasure of deli meats with fat and bacon and no grease. That does sound nice. I don't know why my head is shaking. I saw my head turn in the corner of my eye from my VTuber, and it's gonna bug the shit out of me. The program just lagged. That's not too bad. Now I just have to make the seams better. There we go. A rare duck and steak. I like grilled duck personally. I really like grilled duck. That's my favorite. Nice. We're back. I got hit by a nuke. A planned missile strike to my fucking computer. Why did it do that? I wasn't even doing anything that intensive, bro. Why'd you do that? You wanna tell me why you did that, Substance Painter? You wanna tell me why your performance is dog nowadays? You wanna tell me why? Constructive. Okay. Yes. Alright, I'm making it so its rendering system tries not to use my GPU as much. Hopefully that'll be better. The bugs broke out of their terrarium. Yeah, I think so. Alright, can I have that back though? Because I kind of wanted to try the Pomodoro timer. I wanted to try the Pomodoro timer! I wonder if it'll still be there. I don't know what that noise was, but we'll do 30-minute breaks. Cycles 5 minutes. Cycles 2. Yeah, start. Yep. Alright. Okay, there you go. Alright, how's my computer looking? Just gonna monitor it, I guess, while I'm doing this. It should be okay now, though. Yeah, okay. I'm just trying to blend these edges, man. The fuck? Ooh, don't you start loading with me. I'm just trying to do a brushstroke. What? Oh my god, that literally spiked it. That's crazy. What do you mean that spiked it, bro? This is insane. About to get pissed the fuck off. About to piss me off. What the fuck is happening? Oh, I'm on the wrong way. That's why. This, I'm not on the BLT brush anymore. Let's change this to 50. There you go. There we go. Go. I didn't do the top of that? I just completely ignored the top of this? What? Oh, wait, not this. Yeah, actually this way, yeah. That it would be correct. Alright. Lava chicken. Ooh, lava chicken. Tasty as hell. Ooh, lava chicken. Ringing the bell. Thank you for that, Kiwi. I needed that. Are all stims 1 in 25? All stims are 1 in... Let me check. Probably more than that at this point, though. I can see why you asked that, though, because we do get some more than others. I'm pretty sure it's 1 in 47. I hope. What if it's not because of this? No, because we've had Eat Me Like a Bug. We've had the other ones. I think it'll be fine. Oh, I love this song. I do love this song a lot. It was just two lovers sitting in the car, listening to Blonde, falling for each other. Pink and orange skies, feeling super child. There's no Donna Glover. Missed call from my mother. Like, where you at tonight? Got no alibi. I was all alone with the love of my life. She's got glitter for skin, my radiant beam in the night. Won't need no light to see you shine. It's your... A little less there, a little more here. And then... Oh, I think it's the wrong way. I think it's this one. Let's do UV. Heat up on the dash, driving nowhere fast, rolling through the summer. Radio on blast, make the moment last. She got solar powers, minutes like hours. She knew she was the baddest. Can you even imagine falling like I did for the love of my life? She's got gold on her face, a glorious look in her eyes. Angel of light. I was all alone with the love of my life. There's a glitter for skin, my radiant beam in the night. I don't need no light to see you. It's you. Oops. And there. I just kind of want these to be a bit more seamless on the edges. Yep. That would indeed do it. That would indeed do it, chat. Alright, so we're gonna do... Food! I love food, thank you! Pixels brought me food. I don't know what to do with this because it was a really big plate of food. It's like kind of unwieldy, but it'll be okay. Is there anything interesting we can watch on YouTube while I eat dinner? Let's eat dinner together, chat. Just chatting. Dun. Oh! Smoked. Well, we're eating dinner at the same time again. Yay! Yay! I'm happy. I like it. Alright, we're watching some Good Mythical Morning while we eat dinner. This is typically the time I eat dinner. How are you still eating? Are you vexed? The fuck? I have to unplug my tablet so I can eat. Salad first. Salad first, chat. I don't like the stream quality. Why is the stream quality dog? A pork wire. Oh, okay, valid. Oh. I like that they animated the meat smoker with his laugh. No, I think I like it when it's off to the side. Yeah. Corn goes crazy in a smoker. I believe that. This lettuce is cold. This lettuce is frozen! That's crazy. I felt like it would just be aromatic. It's really aromatic. Oh my god, this salad is frozen. It's so cold. Making my bones cold. Oh, that's crazy. Mm. I feel like it's very just a punch in the mouth aromatic flavor. He's just drinking. To be honest, I get that because my grandma was a chain smoker. Valid. That's crazy. Smoked it. I feel like chocolate chip cookies would be good. I feel like chocolate chip cookies would be good. Mm. I think as long as you're just not eating like the straight up coals, you'll be okay. Because I feel like a lot of Americans eat a lot of smoked food. Mm. California, everyone said everything. That's a good point. That is true. You okay? Ooh, that PB&J. Whoa, what? I would not drink that. Mm-mm. Welcome on in, Acoustic Fizz. How's it going? The entire meal seems bad. I feel like the potato chips could be okay. That water was a bad idea. They should, yeah. Oh, no. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. They made unconscious. Yeah, exactly, you know? You don't drink liquid smoke, man. Alright, I have a nice sandwich I'm gonna eat. Yeah, I feel like the chips and the pickles could be good. You don't drink liquid, yeah. Cancer chips. Is it actually an improvement over the usual chip? I don't think so. I don't think so. Yeah, I figured the pickle could work. Hi, Copy Man, welcome back. Thank you for the check-in and the vibe check. If I die to a food, I will die happy. That's crazy. Nope. Mmm. They say the flavored smoke they're using. I think that it's just straight up normal smoke. I don't think they flavored the smoke at all. I think it's just. I think it's just normal smoke, or I don't know. I love that. I love that they have a mythical blanket hoodie, but I hate that it has triple wool inside of it. Yeah, they probably just like use like oak or something for it all. Something cheap. That's valid. Ew, not Red Bull. I spoke to my British sister. I feel like that one could be okay, but Red Bull is gonna be bad. Also, I feel like warm Red Bull, no matter what, is gonna be bad. I prefer fruit cheese or some smoking like peach apricot. Fruit cheese would be good. Sorry for the crinkles. Sorry. Warm OJ could be okay. Oh man. Ooh, ew. I feel like they're just drinking like sweet syrup then. How OJ with alcohol, it was pretty yummy. I can see that. I can see that. Honestly, this sounds like such an Oregon thing. Smoked pickles, like the smokehouse, and everything is smoked. Before it has fruit to one tree. That's crazy! I love that. Did it birth a new fruit? I hope it did. Is it a smoked birthday cake? That's why you gotta make your own good barbecue there, Vex. Each brand says its own food. That's crazy! That's so cool. Although in downtown Detroit there are some good stuff, especially soul food. Ooh, I'd love some soul food. Each region has its own specialty. You should try this, Vex. On your next birthday, try smoked birthday cake. Yeah, for sure, because everything's kind of converging onto itself in Colorado. That's why you can find East Coast and West Coast restaurants in Colorado. Ooh, I feel like smoked brownies might be good, actually, though. It's so much shawarma. That sounds so good, though. Yum. Yum. Alright. I've just finished my din. My din in its entirety. It was very good. Oh, the next one we should watch is this one. The fancy comfort food taste test. I would love to watch that one. Yum, 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 yum. Yeah, you got a lot. Yeah, that's why you both have Wawas and In-N-Outs over there. Yeah, both. I think it's crazy. Or you Whataburgers. I don't know if you guys have Wawas. You guys have Whataburger. I think is crazy. Rip most of the work here. Trying to say don't go much. That's valid. That's valid. Sorry, I don't mean to have hiccuped. This one. Why is that not doing the thing? Is it because of you? Ba 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 ba. Culver slaps. There is a Culver's in Colorado. do it by face really quick. I don't want it to take that face. Yup, this is true. What Kiwi says is all the facts. Alright, let's listen to music again. Oh my god, I'm so full. I like scarfed down my dinner. That was great though. Yum 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 yum. Yum 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 yum. Let's go back to art. I just kind of want to get the basics of all the wood done. I think is my plan. So that would be nice. Ooh, I think instead I'd like to do it like this. Panels. Remove mask. Oh, is it break time? I just took a break though. Hold on, stop. Oh, I skipped what they said. Sorry. Alright, we'll come back in 30 minutes. Cycles. We'll do 2 cycles. We'll do 2 cycles. So that way, it's like another hour of stream. At least. So, we'll go from there. Wait, what? Add paint. Boop, 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 boop. We turn it off on certain UVs. Like that one, and this one. This one. Brothers, sisters, and non-binary, name your local fast food and I'll let you know if we will have it or not soon. I don't think you guys will get this because you guys have In-N-Out, but I would say Burgerville. I'd be very curious to see a Burgerville in Colorado. Do we have a Whataburger? That's like my biggest question is, do we have a not a Whataburger, a Wawa? Do we have a Wawa? Culver's the go. Also, Lefty's cheesesteak is Hispanic law. Also, my little goat, my goat, Little Caesars, the founders is fucking awesome. Burger is Oregon only. Oh, okay. We do have Culver's. We do have Culver's. I know for a fact we have Culver's. What the fuck is up with my thigh? What is on my thigh? It's freaking me out. I got it. We're good. Hi, Moira. Then we wanna think of these ones. Sorry, that was me. Sorgy, that was me. What? Huh? Were you on my thigh? Why were you on my thigh? Don't be on my thigh. It spooked me. There you go. Smile. Just ominous smile. I'm actually curious because I don't know if this will work. I hope it would, but I don't think it will. Let's take this off and do tiling. Oh, but it doesn't tile like that. Let me see. 3. Oh, not like that. X -90 scale. It's this one. This one. I think this is what it would look like. I kind of want to do a UV projection so they're all different though. And then do it like this. But like at the same time, do it like this so that way it's stretched out. I guess that's why I was doing it the triplanar projection way though, because that kind of does what we were trying to do already. Yeah. This was a long time. I've never heard of Burgerville or Lefties, but we have plenty of Little Caesars. Oh yeah, that is true. We do have plenty of Little Caesars. Yeah, Burgerville is like just like a seasonal burger place that takes from local farms, which is nice. It's pretty yummy. Paint. I'm confused as a fate. It's not in the southern half even. There's a cheesesteak place that I've only seen at one Air Force base. Oh, what is it? Is it Charlie's Cheesesteaks? If you say Charlie's Cheesesteaks, I swear to God, dude. That's like my favorite. That's my favorite chili cheesesteak place. Why is... I don't like that it's different. What's happening? Why is this happening? Is it because of this? I want to see if I can match it up better, but I don't think I can. We have Charlie's off base? Okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say, like, I fucking love Charlie's, bro. Charlie's my goat. It's like not really matching and I don't know how to feel about it. Okay, so it's in Denver, but it's in 2 Springs. So it's in Denver, but the 2 in the Springs are Fort Carson and Peterson. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, what place is it? Yes, Momo? What you doing? I don't know what you're standing on. Ooh. Ooh. God damn it, Moira. God damn it, Moira. Ooh, my cat. You little stinker. I'm trying to balance out this UV. Can I do that? Am I allowed to do this? Hmm? I don't think it actually matters if the top matches because it's not going to be seen. Those for Charlie's? Ah, yeah, okay. I love Charlie's though. Charlie's is like my favorite chili cheesesteak place. I know it's a bit gentrified, but I like it nonetheless. I like their fries and their lemonade. Their lemonade is my favorite. What are you doing up there? What are you doing? Come down. Look, it's a mouse. You gonna get it? You gonna get him? Ooh. Oh no. Oh. Let me make it a dot. It's easier if I do it as a dot. Before it'll say it again. We got Wiener Schnitzel a couple years ago, and Bucky's started in North NoCo. And NoCo is crazy, and it's slowly expanding south, but no Wawa yet. Okay. Oh, I want to go to a Bucky's though. I fucking want to. Oh, will they add a Bucky's after I leave? Ugh. Granted, it's been like 2 years though, so I guess I can't really complain. I want to try a Bucky's though. I feel like I'd like Bucky's. I think I need to do more painting. With my alignment camera. Funnily enough, I have a Whataburger across from In-N-Out. Yeah, they're like oddly close to each other, aren't they? The Buc-ee's is just south of Fort Collins. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's interesting how close things are to one another in terms of like competing like stores or restaurants, but how much space there is in Colorado. I think it's because like a lot of the new restaurants are coming in are like they don't understand that there's more space that they could spread out, and also it's you know competition, so you'd want to be kind of close, be like, oh well, there's a McDonald's and a Burger King right here. I'll go to Burger King or whatever. I guess Wawa or Whataburger or any of the other ones. Thank you for the wish you well. I wish that you have a really good eep. Whenever you eep, I hope you have the most wonderfulest of dreams. Thank you for the I wish you well redeem. There's actually a social science that shows competing stores do better closer together. I mean, that makes sense. Oh god. It makes sense. I just think it's like funny that like there's so many so close to one another, despite the fact that they could branch out to different places. No. Do That's crazy, bro. Oh, that's wild. It's fixed now. I closed all the other programs except OBS.
Do you know which one it was?
No.
I have a question. I was trying to figure this out on my end, but
Oh.
could you open your task manager?
Because Task Manager also kept not responding, so.
Okay. Yours doesn't display GPU.
No, it might be a Windows 11 thing, though.
I think there's a way to enable that, but I couldn't figure out because we have different operating systems.
You fan.
Maybe setting.
Oh, maybe. Yay, Elena's back. Elena's back.
I'm not sure.
I don't know either.
Yeah, because that was worse than it's ever.
I know, and it's like I don't understand why.
Like, what do you know? What caused it at the beginning?
Substance Painter.
Okay.
Substance Painter, for some reason, while I'm hand painting textures, is capping out my GPU, and it has like a 50% struggle plus chance. Either when I close Substance Painter, it instantly fixes, or like, you know, the device Windows Manager, it's like trying to stabilize everything else. And I just feel like I could upgrade my PC, sure, but it's kind of like
It's not your computer.
It's not. It's like some, like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Is factory resetting a good idea?
I don't think it will for this. I mean, there could be some like weird stuff going on. It's in the
30.
files or troubles recently. It wouldn't hurt, but it would be a pain in the butt if you have to reinstall.
Have to reinstall what?
Everything. If you reinstall Windows. So that would be a pain in the butt. But for now, upgrading your computer, having a separate computer, sure thing would help.
Oh wow, look. Wait. Oh no, Kiwi, hold on. No, Kiwi, I don't have the program open. Wait. Kiwi, no, I'm sorry. Kiwi, wait. I'll play it. I'm sorry. I didn't have it. I closed it because things were crashing. Okay.
Mother, I was scared. My brain stuttered.
It did. It started real hard. It's okay. Okay. I managed to get a hold of him and gave me the drill, and then I encountered an annoying issue where all my models were losing on. I'm trying to see if there's anything that I can look up to help. Because how dare you not be prepared immediately after recovering? I know, I'm sorry, man. Oh, now my vitamins won't open. Okay. 3 multiple GPUs tested have similar issues. What is the fix for this? Quick chat, use every redeem. No! No! Spare me. Spare me, chat. Isn't this a bug? I've had it for months. It seems like it's overkill when you're ending up doing the same thing every time, installing, reinstalling. Hold up. Okay, I'm back at a point, Pog. I just said I wish you to. I will be with you. What if we turn this on, though? Okay, never mind. I don't know! I'm screaming. Found this one on the internet. Make sure you have hardware drivers, especially the drivers you use for your video card. It was a lot of work to introduce the CPU. Check your computer malware. Some types of malware known to cause. So wait, what? Make sure you have your hardware drivers updated, especially the drivers for your video card or integrated graphics adapter. That's how when your man offloads a lot of work to your GPU to reduce the load on your CPU. Check your computer for malware. Some types of malware are known to cause issues with desktop. I don't think I have a malware on my computer. Xbox Game Bar. Xbox Game Bar. I can't type Xbox Game Bar. What about game mode? What is game mode? My brain. Using this command, press the Windows X. Where's the PowerShell? Where is the PowerShell? What? Windows PowerShell? The terminal? Yeah. Copy man, don't make me time you out for the wackest bonkus. If all you're gonna contribute is bonkus, it's not very productive, okay? Got better cool it on the wacky bonkies. Okay. Thank you for the boot backs. I just like to think if this was a fix for me. Updated the G4 updated motherboard BIOS transit. I ran it. I even ran widget PowerShell and updated. I still kept crashing. On a whim, I decided to open up the case and check the card. Turns out the power connector on it was just a tad loose. What? I guess I could check that. Driver, Windows 11 Max, and GPU. So how am I using TIB myself? Was you? Let's see. This one was from a year ago. I cannot figure out why 3080 is consuming so much power with general Windows. Because this is opening images from File Explorer. The Windows causing the GPU to max clock and briefly consume 100 watts of power. There appears to be a link to the desktop Windows Manager with the wm.exe spiking GPU usage, simply dragging Windows around the desktop. Does anybody have? Are you running a high refresh rate monitor, multi-sub? Have you? If yes, test all monitors to issues ongoing for several versions of NVIDIA drives, and always the DDU to uninstall it. VCP on Windows 11. Actually, opening images and photos output 6 years. Like the way you kiss me, I can tell you miss me. Hits. Also, some slowing everything down every now and then. It will take up the GPU. Super old, but had a similar issue. By restoring the global settings in the video, now my desktop menu is back to normal. My apologies, just now replying the same Swiss works. On Windows 11 with a 3080, we solved the persistent issue by disabling system graphics, hardware acceleration, GPU scaling. But in my case, the culprit was the Google Drive app. But I don't think I have that on my computer, do I? I might still have it. I don't think I do, though. Yeah, no, I don't. Go to the settings. Video and change the program settings you want to measure for turn all that off. In some, edit task manager. Viewer users do 2.5 to 2 to 3.4. I have the same issue 2025, 36 years. This is crazy. Well, let's see. It does look like I have an update. Maybe that could be it. I don't super want to risk it right now without doing some other testing, I guess. Close. Okay, it looks like there is a driver update. Let's see. It's not like a big one though. Like, it doesn't look like it would help with my problem. Okay. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna test it one more time. And then we're gonna probably have to recover. And then if everything I've done hasn't changed anything, I will update my graphics driver and then test it from there off stream. I think that is my plan. Unless it's Bugtopia, but I don't. Put this on my other monitor. Okay, right now it's at 81, 91, and then it leveled back out. Okay. So maybe it's like I can only have Substance Painter open on my computer. Like I can't really have anything else like program-wise open on my computer. That did happen before. Originally when I had Substance Painter, it did also do it that way as well. It's like I could only have Substance Painter open in the last update, so it could just be that Substance Painter isn't pogging. I don't really know. Because I'm literally just using the brush tool. I feel like it really shouldn't be that much of a deal. How do I want to do this? I want to do this way. Hold on, like that. Color. Black mask. Screen. Rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Let's do UV. Rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. Let's do soft light. That doesn't do much, okay. Let's try. Interesting. I kind of just want a blur brush. I don't know. Oh, I did that wrong. Spot on my rage, I'm still just a rat in a rage, I'm still just a rat in a on my rage, I'm still just a rat in a cage. And then this way to here. And then we could do filter. Let's do a blur. What is my blur? What the fuck? I'm still just a rat in a. I'm still just a rat in a cage. I like that, or would I prefer it like this? No, I think I would prefer it like this. This one's here. Let's make sure that's more centered. For the head pat, Rainer. There we go. I don't know if I like that all that much. And I could make it modular, but that's gonna lag the shit out of this program. Which sucks. I think I'm gonna try it anyway. Add black mask, add. Uppies. Want uppies? I'll just hold it like this. There you go. There, you can sit on my head. There you go. All right. Track planner. Two shape. I'm glad you like the uppies. Okay, and then I could. Think of the boot. Never be a woman. Alright, and then I filter and then I blurred it. I want it to be like that rough. Maybe a little bit less, like 0.1. Yeah. Maybe a little bit shorter though. A little bit wider actually. Like 5. Alright, and then we'll just duplicate them, and then I'll bring them all the way down. And then we make this a screen. So we can have both. Yeah. And then I don't know, I want to do it like this, but I think I might. There we go. Let's do normal. UV might be better, actually. It is better because I was most smart when I did it. Oh my god. Well, except for parts, but I did it smart. Okay. Let's make it lighter. Paint. And then if I took it off certain UVs, gee, oh, I just want to take it off of certain faces. Can I add another generator? Curvature. No balance. No contrast. Visual opacity, grayscale scale. What? At least that was a quick recovery. Alright, I'm gonna look up Substance Painter then. Thank you! Preferred graphics card is set to Windows settings, and this one's review. Also check the. Thank you for the look fixed. Okay, so file. Alright, let's see. Enable GPU ray tracing. Let's turn that off. Okay. Hopefully that'll fix it. But I know it's a little short on stream, but I think I'm gonna like just test stuff with my computer for a bit. So I'm gonna do that. And we're gonna go raid somebody. Because I just wanna test some stuff with my computer. We're gonna go. Oh, Gore streaming. Let's go raid into Gore. After this ad break. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today though. I love you guys so much. Raid Guromi. I think I did it right. Did I not do it right? Raid and we. Is it right? Oh, I'm dumb. Guromi. Okay. Go have fun over there. Thank you guys for bearing with me today. It's been a bit of a doozy, as you can tell, but I love you guys so much. And we'll be back tomorrow for a special stream. We'll be doing co-working, and we're doing a little special, which means that we'll be doing non-cosplay Cult of the Lamb stuff. So if you want to have fun with that. Definitely check us out tomorrow, okay? I love you so much. Thank you for the cheek pap. And if you want a raid message, you don't have to use it, but I'd appreciate it if you did, because then they know where you come from. But have a great night, my loves. Mwah. Sleep well. See you tomorrow.